You know what's funny is that I found out what the problem was from the other day so quickly that I felt stupid about it. Thankfully, all it needed was a reset of the computer. And also, I know that I start usually like 10 minutes prior to actual start time for stream, but Binks was let into the room and he decided to crawl all over me and drool on me and ask for love before I started stream. I had to have one of the Fae coax him back out and give him love for me as I even picked him up, and he usually doesn't like being held for long. And I was just cuddling him and he was drooling and purring. He's very needy today. Hi, welcome back. Welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Justice for All. March 22nd, 2:14 p.m. District Court, defendant lobby number 3. We're going to be cross-examining. Oh my god, why is it so loud? We're going to be cross-examining Adrian Andrews today. I hope that I remember the tidbits of what we learned last time. You guys will have to help me refresh my memory because we are all one singular brain cell and we need to work together with this. I went shopping yesterday, so I was out and about in the pollen. So if I'm coughing a lot more today, my lungs are cranky. But hey, we're not a snail today, so we're good. Dude, I can't believe that Adrian. No way. Not cool and collected Adrian Andrews. She's your manager. It would have been very easy for her to pull this off. The only person who had easy access to the knife you used at dinner was, well, her. So after the ceremony, during the break? Huh. Taking a nap in his outfit. I was sleeping like a log the entire time. See, this makes me, like, he's wearing the outfit while he's sleeping. See, she could have also easily planted that blood-covered button in your hakama. If she was wearing the outfit, though, this is gonna be weird. Is there 2 costumes? Because she was the one that came to wake me up. Dude, you're saying it really was her? Yes, she is the real killer. ... We're not sure about that yet, though. It's implied. She was the one who murdered Juan Carita. But why? I thought she was buds with Juan. She has her own agenda. Her own agenda? What are you talking about? I'm sure you'll see by the time the trial's over. It'll be alright. I'll get you acquitted by the end of the day. End of today. Give me a verdict that's refreshing like a spring breeze, okay, Mr. Lawyer Dude? I still don't know if I feel comfortable with this, but we're doing it for Maya. Phoenix. You think her motive is related to Celeste Impact's missing note, right? Yes. Miss Andrews depended on Miss Impact's as her strength and reason to live. But then Miss Impact suddenly herself. It sounds like she left a note and the person thought to have hidden it is Juan Carita, the victim of this murder. And that's why I think Miss Andrews got close to Miss Carita. Mister. Ooh. All to get the note back. But he could have, if he did steal it, you could have easily just thrown it away. Why would you keep it? Why would you keep it for so long? That sounds plausible, but one thing bothers me. What? Who was it that first told us about their relationship? Better stated Miss Andrews' dependency issues with regards to Miss Impact's. It was Edgeworth. It looks like he's still the one in command of the ship. Don't let your guard down yet. I don't think... With the way that this is going, it makes me feel like he's helping, but it could also be a flub. Is he helping, or is he being the usual Edgeworth? Is this a facade? Court will now reconvene. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you please. Mia, please cover yourself. She's covered. All the important bits are covered. The prosecution calls the witness subpoenaed by this court. Miss Adriana Andrews, the person who discovered the crime in Mr. Juan Creta's room. Is she working with the... Would she be working with the butler guy with the stitched middle part of his face? Or is there a possibility that she's the next target for said guy? I'm still confused about that bit. I am the manager of the defendant in this case, Mr. Matt Ungard. I got my inflections wrong there. That was the wrong timing for that. I see. Now then, before we begin, Your Honor, I have one request. Yeah, sure. What is it? I'm sure everyone in this room is wondering the same thing, and would love to find out more about my relationship with the victim. After all, it was the topic of a certain weekly magazine recently. No, I have no idea what you mean. I've never even heard of Gossipland. If the judge was ever a prosecution witness, he'd do all my work for me. Anyway, I was wondering if you could please tell us about your relation to the victim. Yes, I was seeing Mr. Creta. I was also aware of the rivalry that existed between Matt and Juan, but that was a private matter between Juan and myself. So it was a fry and bait matter, or was that a bait and fry reminds me of fishing? I agree, Ma. You have a very fancy suit, thank you. Then the mecha is working. I hate that how you think this is a mecha suit and I am just a snail inside of a giant Gundam. I swear I'm not like the alien in Men in Black. No one's accusing you of murder. Maybe. I think there's someone who would beg to differ. I mean, evidence points where evidence points until we get more evidence later and find out who the real killer is. That's not what I am. I make jokes about these ears being satellite dishes, but they're not actual satellite dishes. How dare you? Don't make assumptions. I think we all understand your relationship with the victim now, Miss Andrews. Very well then. Witness, please testify to the court. And what, about what happened when you discovered the murder that had taken place? Is she gonna make mention of the Is she gonna make mention of the tomato juice wine cup? I might have put too much juice to soda ratio. Tastes more like grape than Sprite. It's not as bubbly. It was time for the show to start, so I went to get Matt from his room. After that, I went to Juan's room. And there was his dead body. I was in shock. What I saw was naturally the exact same scene as in the crime scene photo. I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. That doesn't seem logical. I felt like I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. That's for one, messing with the crime scene. Two, that's just weird. That's just odd. Why would you take the time to pour yourself a glass of juice when you could have been calling the police? Yes, sadly, I didn't remember not to touch things at the scene of a crime. And I disturbed the crime scene by moving this one thing. And that is when the fingerprints on the wine glass were made, Your Honor. You didn't move one... Hold on. If you poured yourself a glass of juice, you technically didn't move just one thing. You moved the juice bottle and the glass. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, you may cross-examine the witness. Phoenix. She is one cool and collected customer, and she has the brains to match. She has the brinkles! In order to catch a person like her, you have to avoid head-on confrontations. You should disrupt her pacing. Disrupt her pacing? She's the type of woman who is easily thrown off by things inconsistent with her thinking. So you have to attack when she least expects it. Hi, Nelsier. You're actually able to wake up at a more reasonable time to catch the stream. Proud of you. It's so hard to wake up in the morning. Good job. My mornings usually consist of me drooling in bed before I actually get up. And sometimes the cats will come over and lay on top of me, and then sleep just takes over again, because warm cat. Yeah, it could have been done on purpose. It's a little weird. Like, she could have moved it on purpose, but she just says, I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice in the midst of a dead body. Why? Let's press everything as usual. And what was Mr. Ungar doing at that time? He was taking a nap. He was worn out from his mini performance as a nickel samurai during the ceremony. Mr. Ungar did say he was taking a nap. And I guess you could say it could not have been taken out of his room, yes? It could have not been taken out of his room? Excuse me, it? What are you? Right, I thought years of school would have taught you how to construct a sentence. Sorry, I'm gonna take a sip of water real quick. Well, it's not even, ah! What's happening? Oh. The juice made me sleepy there for a moment. Is this what I get for going out in pollen? The back of my sinuses feel weird. Okay, I think that's fine. Wait, Mia doesn't look fine. Mia's not okay. She needs a sweater. If you can't make a sensible sentence with a subject, then I'll make one for you. Watch. Did you, Miss Andrews, remove Mr. Ungar's knife from his room? No. Subject, verb, object, right? Did you skip basic grammar? The witness may continue. Sir! My grammar is poopy. It's always been poopy. Why does the Edgeworth have to be so condescending even though he's helping? Why did you do that? As a friendly gesture, Juan was to make an appearance with the other heroes. So the show was supposed to be a show of friendship, huh? Press further. Is that the only reason? I beg your pardon? What are you implying? You had a certain goal in mind when you started to get close to him, correct? So perhaps you had more personal matters to discuss with the victim. Sorry, but I didn't have any such intentions in mind at the time. I can't get her to talk without a strong piece of evidence, I guess. May we continue now, witness? What did you see when you got to his room? So maybe that one is one of the suspicious ones. Probably not, though. It's too simple. There was his dead body. I was in shock. You were in shock? What, was I not supposed to be? Miss Andrews is a very calculating person, and despite how close they were, I doubt she had romantic feelings for Mr. Kurita. Anyone randomly stumbling upon a dead body would be in shock. You can't seriously expect that a young beauty like her would not be shocked. Somehow, I don't think beauty has anything to do with being shocked or not. Well, the weird thing after is pouring yourself a glass of juice. That's just weird. This is the photo you're referring to, correct? Yes, the one with the knife. Also, I'm kind of confused as well. How would she be able to properly walk around where the guitar case is and the glass or the broken vase on the floor to be able to put the cup down properly? That would be kind of awkward. Yes, the one with the knife lodged in his chest, and the guitar case was like this too? Yes, it was open and empty, of course. And then what did you do next, witness? Are we gonna have to point out the glass on the floor, the broken vase? I felt as though I was about to faint, so I poured myself a glass of juice. Juice? Yes, there was a bottle of tomato juice on the table, so I helped myself. But you didn't drink any of it, did you? Ah! Huh. There were no lip marks left on this wine glass to suggest that anyone drank from it. I wasn't feeling terribly great, so I set the glass down without drinking it. Then why would you take the time to pour the glass of juice? Most people who start taking, like, they start pouring into the cup, they take a sip, and then they go about their time. Miss Andrews, I would like to confirm with you one more time. When you discovered the dead body of Juan Kurita, you were in great shock. That's when you poured yourself the glass of juice, correct? And what of it? My mind really was a complete blank at the time. Your mind was a complete blank. I don't think that was possible for you. Aren't you rude today? I was so dazed that I made one careless mistake. That one thing. Why are you saying just one? She did something else. She definitely did something else. What one thing? Never mind. It's no big deal. What was she starting to say just now? Press further. Miss Andrews, I'm convinced that, as you said, you made a mistake at the scene of the crime. What I really want to know is what this mistake was. Actually, so would I. Edgeworth. I'm sorry, it's kind of embarrassing. When I set the glass down on the dresser, I accidentally knocked the flower vase over. Oh, it was you that knocked it over, so there was no struggle. Those are some pants. Oh my god. Those are bright blue. Flower vase, are you talking about the one on the floor in the crime photo? Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. So she said, of course, the case was open and the guitar was gone. If she knocked over the vase, was there's only water on top of the case and not inside the case was closed when she was in there. Oh. It was originally on top of the dresser, but when I bumped into it with my elbow, it fell onto the guitar case. Why did you withhold such an important piece of information? I'm sorry, I thought that since the crime scene was already in disarray, that people would simply assume the vase was just another part of the mess. Which means there was no struggle. It didn't look like there was a struggle there. He was placed there. Because if she knocked over the vase, then probably the other things came down with it. There was no struggle there. It looks like yet another fact has come to light here. Please add this and anything else you have to reveal to your testimony. I'm sorry, but I have nothing more to add. I didn't touch anything else. That's a lie. Oh, look at Edgeworth. I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. So this is the one that we can put evidence to. Because the guitar case only has liquid on the case itself, on top of the lid. So if we go with what she said about the guitar case being open when she got there, and she's the one that knocked over the vase at the time, you would have water inside the case. You're craving sweets. Is it time for cake? Didn't you say something about leaving cake in the freezer? You might still have cake in there. Yeah, the Brinkles are hard at work today. The Brinkles are working, but watch me slowly lose the Brinkles as I go. Okay, let's press it anyway, and then we'll present evidence to this one. You ate it already. You gotta look for it. Do you have ice cream or something? Muffins? Pudding? Something? I know I have pudding in the fridge. What kind of flower vase was it? It was a glass vase, and it was fairly big and heavy. I thought I would try to take Juan's pulse, so I set the glass I was holding down on the dresser. And that's when my elbow accidentally hit the vase. I have flan in the fridge too! I might have one later. That's odd. I thought she was always in total control of herself. That's what she would like people to think. Always be mindful of the gap between your perception and reality. It doesn't sound like there's any glaring contradictions in her testimony just now. I warned you earlier that she would not crack so easily. The only way to make her is to keep on the offensive and not let up. The only way you're going to catch her is with some very strong, decisive evidence. I have to find something. I just have to, for Maya's sake. Okay. So, this last one, I'm gonna save. Wait, did I actually save? Yes? Yes. It doesn't make the noise, so it makes me think it's not saving. Okay. So this one... I was the one who knocked the flower vase over where it fell onto the guitar case. So... Okay. This seems like a good one to present the actual guitar case. Empty, there is some water, but only on top of the lid. It bears Karita's fingerprints. I wonder if there's any other fingerprints, because I wonder if she opened it, or maybe somebody else opened it after she left. We're still confused about her being in the samurai outfit. No, not the... Yeah, yes. It was the samurai outfit, wasn't it? Not the... Is that other bit of evidence? Not that one. Yeah. Okay. Let's try it. You testified that you knocked the flower vase over, is this correct? Yes. And are you sure it fell onto the guitar case? Is there some problem with what I said? Yes, many problems. It's not some problem, it's a major problem. It's true that the top of the guitar case was wet with water. However, that's exactly what's so strange. What is so strange? Miss Andrews, you testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case. However, If that was true, the case should have gotten wet on the inside, not the outside. She even has yellow shoes. That's very true. Furthermore, there is one other strange thing about this guitar case. What is that? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. The remains of the vase are scattered on the floor. And what is wrong with that? If the guitar case was open when the vase fell, the glass shards should be inside, not outside the case. Oh. What is your point, Wright? That the case was closed at the time the vase was knocked over? Is that all? No, think back to what Miss Andrews testified to. She said that that other than the vase, that she didn't touch anything else. Yes, that's right. She did implicit. Oh my god. Why is my implicitly what? No, I can't say the word. I told you the Brinkles were gonna leave me. Why is that not computing with my brain? I don't even know how you would say that, to be honest. Implicitly? Implicitly. Say she didn't touch the guitar case. I am so sorry. This whole matter with the guitar case is a dead end. The bright red guitar was found at the studio and has no bearing on the case at all. Come on, Peach, sound out your words. Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes with the way that things are the way that letters are put together. Oh, I'm dying. Oh my god. That may very well be. However, the empty guitar case does seem to have no relation to this case, doesn't it? No, I don't know about that yet. It seems that there is no deeper meaning to the guitar case. Well, Mr. Wright, do you think we need to hear more details about the guitar case? Yes. Make her testify. Save. The Brinkles is gone. The empty guitar case. I believe this is a crucial piece of the puzzle. Yeah, because then why would it... Supposedly, it's just one set of fingerprints and that belongs to the owner of the guitar case. Who opened it after? Who opened it after? I can't believe anyone would reach for straws like this, but it is you. I can't believe I'm doing this either. All right, I'll follow along for now. You always follow along. What do you mean? You are simply here sitting and making a rash decision. Miss Andrews, please testify to the court about the guitar case. Yes, Your Honor. In your guys's words, am I actually fully charged yet? I don't think so. Oh no. Yeah, he gets by the skin of his teeth. It's always last minute information that he gets. I don't remember too clearly I didn't say that properly either. Can I be fully charged? No, I think my battery's broken. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked the vase over. It was not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Is this gonna be an all-day thing? Do you not know me? Maybe this is why I subconsciously, not only is this game cursed, maybe I subconsciously thought maybe I shouldn't play these games because it's all dialogue. And do you think that for the most part that I have a good long streak of saying words and sentences properly? That's a big fat no. And no, it makes it funny. Caps out at 40% charged. I do feel like I'm either 30 or 40% charged at any given time. Going to Costco took a lot out of me. I love it. Please keep playing Ace Attorney. I didn't say I wasn't going to play Ace Attorney anymore. It's just embarrassing sometimes. Thank you for subscribing. My grasp on the English language. It looks like this really wasn't a very important point. Yeah, but if she said she touched it and there supposedly is only Karita's fingerprints on it, does that seem like a lie? That seems like a lie. So I had to wait 2 whole years. Don't take this away. I'm not taking it away, I promise. I'm gonna finish this. That we're gonna go to what, Trials and Tribulations. And I have already purchased the Great Ace Detective? Yeah. I bought it. It's gotta happen sooner or later. I feel like it's probably one reason why I had a hard time playing Persona 5 because there was a lot of dialogue. Yeah. It's so funny to have situations to where I can read. Yeah, I bought it on sale. I can read just fine inside of my head. Most of the time. Reading out loud, there's some kind of disconnect between my mouth and my brain that just causes such an issue. In terms of my brain short-circuiting just a little bit with certain words as well. And the I don't know if I can call it like the dumbed down version or something, that when I look to read something and my brain is thinking one way to say it and my mouth says another, in addition to I could be thinking of a wrong way to say something, one specific word, and then it just becomes jumbled. Sometimes also my brain will read like 2 to 3 words later than the word I'm actually trying to read. And this is how you get the new dictionary sentence. New dictionary word. And this is how brinkles came to be, because I tried to say brain wrinkles and it came out brinkles. And now we have brain sprinkles. When are they going to release Apollo Justice series? I think that they have already, the trilogy for that, the remake of it, I think that's already out. Brain be playing the telephone game with a voice. Yes, that's exactly it. This wastefulness is such a familiar feeling by now that it's almost comforting. Anyway, I'll just go ahead and start the cross-examination. Using anyway to change the topic, a convenient escape for a weak man. Why are you being mean to me, Edgeworth? You've been gone for a year. You don't have the audacity. You don't have the right. Yeah, it was definitely released already. I've seen some people streaming it. I don't remember too clearly because I was a bit dazed. I suppose I might have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. It's not a big deal though, right? The case was empty after all. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Okay, so we'll press from the beginning like usual. During your testimony just now, did you remember those events clearly in your mind? ... Well, you see, are you sure you are the one who opened the guitar case? The lies! She's concocting a lie in her head right now. She's waiting for someone to tell her if she should answer or not. Sounds like her dependent side is taking over. Well, Miss Andrews? Yes, it was me. Lies! I suppose I must have opened the guitar case after I knocked over the vase. So you opened the guitar case then? Yes, well, maybe. Maybe. Why did you open the guitar case? Mr. Kurita's body was right there in front of you, wasn't it? I would think that the first thing you would do is call for help, not open a guitar case. Yeah, it seems fishy. Maybe she was looking for the note and thought it might have been in the guitar case. What if it's inside the guitar? As the witness has said multiple times, when she found the dead body, she was dazed. These things you would not be doing if you're dazed. If you're dazed, you would be sitting on the floor, mouth open, gasping at the fact that you just found a dead body. Not pouring juice, not opening up a guitar case. Maybe I was curious to know if the bright red guitar was all right or not. That's weird still. I thought maybe the criminal took it. Why would she care about the bright red guitar? Some secrets. But getting back on topic. What if she just really wanted to jam for a moment? Yeah, she wanted to play the guitar in full-on sorrow for the fact that Juan Kurita is dead. He's a bit because it's been a while since they've seen each other. It's like when you see a friend and you haven't seen for a long time. It's always awkward. Give him some time. But he's always like this. He needs to be. We need to hug it out. Was it really empty? I was just wondering if maybe when you opened the case, the guitar was still inside. How long have you been a lawyer, Mr. Wright? Have a little professionalism. The bright red guitar was found at the studio. These trials would be over in half the time if you would just pay attention. Yes, pay more attention. Don't be mean. Don't gang up on me. As for why I opened the case, even I don't know. Was that because you were shocked and dazed at discovering the victim's body? Yes, that's probably it. I'm not going to get anywhere if I continue pressing her like this. The only way to make her talk is with evidence. I guess I should give it a try. Come on, Phoenix. We can't afford to let up on her now. I wasn't planning on letting up, but she's at her weakest now, so this is our chance. If we had a weapon to hit her with... A weapon to hit her with? I'm sure a weapon is hiding somewhere in the court record waiting to be found. Edgeworth is just a big teddy that loves the Steel Samurai? Yeah. Yeah. Don't they both like the Steel Samurai, don't they? Because isn't it that Phoenix also has the Steel Samurai, or is it both of them? Or is it just Edgeworth? Can you hug Mia? Not at this moment. I think maybe using the guitar again would be a good bit because it's talking about Bear's Kurita's fingerprints. Because if they've already checked the guitar case for fingerprints, they would see her fingerprints on there. So she can't make an excuse that she wiped off fingerprints because she also has fingerprints on the wine glass. So there's no reason why there wouldn't be fingerprints of hers on the guitar case. Seems logical. Use the guitar case again against her. Let's find out. There's no way you're the one who opened the guitar case. Yeah. Why would you say that? It's elementary, my dear. Because the only fingerprints on this guitar case are those of the victim. Aha! You and your fancy yellow shoes. And bright blue pants. What is it, Miss Andrews? You shouldn't assume that I must have left fingerprints just because I touched the case. What do you mean? If I were to tell you I was wearing gloves at the time... How could you be wearing gloves at the time but still get fingerprints on the tomato glass? The wine glass. Gloves, but why would you be wearing gloves at the time? It was the night of the awards ceremony, so of course I dressed up for the occasion. Yes, now I remember. I'm almost sure I was wearing a pair of thin gloves. That's specific. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems the witness was wearing gloves at the scene of the crime. Yeah, that's strange. How can she have fingerprints on the glass, but not on the guitar case? Don't tell me that you took off your gloves to pour the tomato juice. That is strange. You were wearing gloves? Isn't that a little strange? Why is that strange? Do you have something that would prove I was not wearing gloves at the time? Yeah, the tomato juice. Take that. I have your proof right here. This wine glass. The wine glass? You left your fingerprints very clearly on this wine glass. Ah, you're sweating. Even if you took your gloves off when you poured yourself this glass of juice, wouldn't you think it was just a little strange? Yeah, you're already dazed already and doing so many weird things. You wouldn't be taking your gloves off and putting them right back on after pouring yourself a glass of juice. That you put your gloves back on just to open the guitar case? Oh! How many pairs of glasses do you have? Her glass is just shattered. Order, order, order. Looks like you hit the nail on the head this time. What do you mean? I believe that guitar case plays a very important role here. But it's just an empty case. I don't think it was empty. I wonder if it really was empty, though. Because the way that I think of it is that when you have TV shows like this, you have more than one prop, right? So what if the prop that was supposedly found at the studio is just a secondary prop to the main prop? Props break all the time. You gotta have backups. Either that or you're constantly repairing a broken prop. But the guitar, the bright red guitar, was at the studio. Phoenix, drop all of your presumptions. What was in the guitar case was not the bright red guitar. You don't mean it was a bright white guitar? Wait, that's not right either. Yeah, multiple pairs. What if that's a possibility? She has a backup pair of glasses. But if she's gonna do that every time, how many pairs of glasses is she hiding on her person? I admit it would be unnatural for someone to do that. So the witness was not wearing gloves despite the fact that on the case. Your Honor, this is obviously the defense's usual misdirection tactic at work. Steer the court towards an unrelated topic and lull us all into his misguided... Don't you be a butthole to me. No, Your Honor, please recall that Miss Andrews had testified that the vase fell onto the guitar case, which means that the case was closed when the crime took place. However, it is wide open in this photo of the crime scene. I'm sure this guitar has some relation to the murder. If you're so sure, Wright, then I'm sure you can somehow substantiate your outrageous claim, correct? Please enlighten us as to why that guitar case has anything at all to do with this murder. I'm just looking for inconsistencies. I didn't say concrete evidence. Can you do that, Mr. Wright? Well, let's suppose for a second that the bright red guitar was not the only thing that could have been in the case. The bright red guitar being the only, not the only thing? What if the guitar was not in there? And if we're going off of the assumption that Ungard was still wearing his costume, what if the costume was in there? If it's only the victim's fingerprints on the case, but it was opened after the murder, who opened it? Yeah, that's the thing. That I'm still confused about that. Could she have possibly like removed her fingerprints? But something's not adding up here. You don't mean to suggest that a bright black guitar, white guitar, black guitar, red guitar. So you intend to push your theory that the case was not empty. Is that it, right? I wouldn't say something I didn't intend to prove. Oh, dear. Deflate that head of yours. You haven't proven anything yet. Now then, let's have it. What was inside the case at the time of the murder? Strangled with a scarf and then stabbed. Maybe this one would work? Talking about the note? Because what if he just kept it with him at all times because he was afraid that somebody was gonna find it? It's still a little odd that there's only his fingerprints on it. And if she supposedly opened it, where are her fingerprints? Because we know that if it was her, going off of the thought process that this is her, then she could have opened it with the gloves on, but it's still weird. I'm still confused. And I didn't save beforehand, so I can't. I think this would be the right thought process. Would be that the note could have been in the guitar case. Sorry, I'm also looking at something real quick. Oh yeah, it seems right. Oh, there's one thing that's a smidgen of a difference, but I don't know if that's... Why is that different? Why does he have little tendril, or little, like, pieces of hair at the sides of his ears? Because that's not in the original one. Sorry, random thought process. I'm gonna go with the note, maybe. Hopefully, let's see. And why would something like that be inside a guitar case, let alone this one? Why, Mr. Wright? Why? Well, I just thought it might have been possible. No, it's not. I have a suggestion. Why don't you put that in the void where your brain is supposed to be? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Can you prove the guitar case was not empty at the time of the murder? Now, what else of a thought process can I think of? Maybe I have to think of direct evidence and not, like, because this specifically is the report and not the note itself. This is also the attempted report. The knife couldn't have possibly been in there. Yeah, the Brinkles are currently failing us, but we have to think of a thought process. An article from the tabloid Gossip Land. I don't think the magazine clipping would be in there. that the tomato juice was in there. Stolen on the night of the murder, tabloid article about the victim was in the case. But this I also don't see being in the guitar case. Because Lotta's camera was stolen by Windy Old Bag. So that doesn't seem logical. Can I say a costume? But we can't say a costume because I don't have... Oh god. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm burping. That's another thing that happens when it seems when I'm talking a lot. It seems like I slightly burp more, and I don't understand how I'm like sucking in air improperly because it's not entirely just going into my lungs, I guess. It's going into my tummy. I don't understand. My body's just weird. Map of the hotel, wine glass filled with tomato juice. What else could have possibly been in the guitar case? Because you can't fit a body in there. That's not possible. Can you share what you're thinking? Yeah, go for it. Remember, we are one singular brain cell. We can figure this out together. Maybe I might have to use a picture and point it out. I'm not super familiar with this game, but the game wouldn't let you be at this part of the game without all the evidence, right? It depends, because sometimes you can have it where you don't have the evidence. Because sometimes it'll pop up later, but most of the time it can just be a little bit outrageous thinking, like really out of the box thinking. So I'm thinking that if Ungard was wearing his costume, yeah, I do have that thought process. Maybe the costume was in the guitar. How do I use that to prove it? Do I utilize... Would I utilize Lotta's photo? Where the person, whoever it is on the person when they're... I get the one... Yeah. Maybe it's a different or an additional costume. Yeah, this photo was right after the murder. So maybe... I wonder... Because sometimes you'll have, like, the item itself. Then you go into the dialogue and it points it out properly. Or you might be going to point it out physically. Yeah, because we used this one before when we were... How we got to... Getting Adrian Andrews on the stand in the first place was this photo. So maybe we can point out that the costume was in the guitar case. It still doesn't explain why there's no fingerprints, because she would have put the fingerprints on it before putting the gloves on the costume, but let's try. Let's see. Oh, you guys are right. We had a good thought process. This is a photograph. Yes, but what is important is what is in that picture, Your Honor. In this picture, It doesn't take a genius to see what I mean. What I am proposing is, inside the guitar case was the Nickel Samurai, the hero's very own costume. What? You want to know what's funny? In the panned out view of the courtroom, it looks like Mia is wearing the outfit properly, but when you look at her close up, she's definitely not. The Brinkle hive mind, yes. Maybe that's why she thought about the gloves after wearing the outfit. Yeah. That was her thought process, was wearing the thin gloves. Mr. Wright, explain yourself. Right, are you saying that the witness opened the guitar case to take out a costume? If so, this is all a very elaborate plan. What insane point would there be to do something like that? That insane point would be to wear the costume, of course. Miss Andrews put it on to hide her identity so she could make her escape. After all, you couldn't let anyone see you leave, could you, Miss Andrews? Ooh, sweating. She's sweating. I refuse to accept your theory. Do you have anything to support such a preposterous idea? Yes, I do. Just outside the door was an investigative photographer who was investigating for a big scoop. And in the end, she managed to get this shot, correct? You mean this photo? Yeah, didn't we establish this before? How could you forget? Order. It looks like we've wandered into quite another mess again, haven't we? Nice job, Phoenix. Well, you know my strategy. Speak first, think later. No, we definitely thought first and spoke after. So the real murderer was hiding inside a costume. Wait 1 second, Your Honor. The Nickel Samurai's costume would have been Mr. Matt Unguard's. Why would something of the defendant be in the victim's room? And inside the guitar case of all places? True. That is a little baffling. Mr. Wright, the court would like to hear your thoughts. What was the Nickel Samurai costume doing inside the guitar case? It was stolen from Ungard and it was a spare costume. I think it's a spare costume. Because we established from previous non-full-on evidence, but pictures itself of when he was taking a nap after the show, before the conference thing, or maybe it was before the actual show, that he was sleeping in his costume to be ready for the show later, taking a small nap. So it's definitely a spare costume. Mr. Ungard did not take his costume off during the break period. In that case, the costume we are talking about was a spare one. What? Then, are you saying that on the night of the murder, there were 2 Nickel Samurai costumes at the Gatewater Hotel? Yes, that is what I'm saying. How do you explain the costume that was inside the guitar case? It would mean that the victim himself had brought this spare to the ceremony on purpose. No, what if he was none the wiser? Somebody took out the guitar from the case and then put the costume in there. The victim, Mr. Krita, was the Jammin Ninja. Why would he secretly bring the Nickel Samurai's spare costume with him? What could be the reason behind such a peculiar act? And therein lies the sticking point. What are you mumbling to yourself about now? You have just been rambling all this time without any sense of inner monologue? I'm the inner monologue. No, I just... Mr. Wright, please explain yourself. Why do you think the victim had the Nickel Samurai's spare costume? Phoenix, are you sure you can explain this one? Think carefully before you answer, and then answer with gusto. I believe in you. Alright, this is what I think. The reason the victim brought the Nickel Samurai's spare costume to the hotel was... we could possibly use the guitar. Or the guitar, the magazine clipping. Maybe it's specifically to frame him, but... the reason the victim brought the... What specific bit of evidence would prove of the reasonings why he brought it himself? What would be the reason? Yeah, the button is off of his own suit. Was ripped from his costume. It is covered in Krita's blood found in Ungard's Hakama. Where would the brain be braining here? Could there also be a possibility that I could think of a person specifically? Because I forgot, because I could also present profiles too. Seems like the Nickel Samurai is confessing to something after the show, after the post-ceremony stage show. But what would this have to do with the victim, Juan Krita, specifically? Because we all know that the Nickel Samurai on guard did not know about this press conference. So is there a possibility that they might have been changing... What if they were changing roles? What if... That seems a little far-fetched though, doesn't it? That's like too much thinking. Yeah, the defendant didn't know about the press conference after. Was there a possibility that since he didn't know about the press conference, what if Juan Krita was going to be the one in the Nickel Samurai costume at the press conference? It's a possibility after Ungard didn't know about it. This might be a far-fetched thought process, but sometimes that's required for Ace Attorney thinking. Let's try it. What is this? On the night of the murder, after the stage show, the Nickel Samurai was going to hold a special press conference. Is this it? A press conference? Yes, the Nickel Samurai was supposed to confess something at this conference. I heard about this as well. For once, you're not making something up, right? Oh. Brain cell. The Brinkle. Oh, but what struck me as strange was that Mr. Ungard himself said he had no idea he was supposed to be holding a press conference that night. ... But how can that be? The way I see it, that can mean only one thing. The conference was set up by none other than the victim, Mr. Juan Krita himself. The victim? Yes, the spare Nickel Samurai costume was prepared for that very conference. Mr. Krita was going to hold the press conference. I almost said confidence. Conference as the Nickel Samurai. He was going to dress up as the Nickel Samurai and hold a conference. Well, why would the victim do such a thing? That's something I don't quite know yet. However, what I'm concerned with right now is what he intended to reveal at that conference. The Nickel Samurai was going to confess something. And by confess, I'd wager he was going to reveal something about himself. But why as the Nickel Samurai? Which means that Juan Kurita posing as the Nickel Samurai was going to speak about Matt on guard. Yes, I guess that is what it would mean. But if that's the case, that's not a confession, that's a public disclosure. Ooh. Motive for murder. Miss Andrews, I can see why you are pros at what you do. Pardon me. Yes, just as you say, the press conference was set up by Juan. Oh, more evidence comes to light. Miss Andrew, please offer us an explanation for this. I was the one he asked to help set it up. And the person who prepared the second costume for him, that was also me. See, she lied at the beginning as well, not saying that she didn't know what the press conference was either. You. Because they said that she was just supposed to set things up, not that she knew exactly what was going to go on with it. Juan had bet everything on the Gem and Ninja this year. And if he lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he thought anyway. What juicy gossip did he have about Matt on guard? He was going to ruin him, huh? It looks like somehow Juan had in his hands a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career had it been revealed. What if there's a possibility that that it's not Juan Kurita that took the note? That's a thought process. What if there was something going on between Matt on guard and Celeste Impacts? Oh man, Phoenix, right? I tried the trilogy thing for the 3DS, got stuck in like the third case and decided lawyering was not my calling. It really takes some out-of-the-box thinking to get through certain situations because some of the thought processes are just so out there that you really need a second set of opinions to feel like the thought process flows easily. Even if the manager organized it, he should have known if he had a press conference. Yeah, that is the thing. Because then if he didn't know about the press conference, what is he going to talk about at the press conference? What's the point? And do you know what the secret of Mr. Unguard's is, Miss Andrews? That's something only Juan knew. I don't know what it is. I see. I've probably been coming off quite suspicious to everyone. That's to be expected. I've been trying to protect Matt after all. You said you didn't really... Well, I mean, that's your job as a manager, but... There's something else going on here. Protect Mr. Unguard. And yet again, another strange bit of truth comes to light, it seems. Miss Andrews, if you could, please tell us the truth about your behavior. Yes, Your Honor, I understand. They have been lying this whole time. And if she's not the one that's going to get persecuted after this, she should at least have something go wrong with the fact that she's been lying this entire time. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was the murderer. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. And he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. Okay. So if you had to protect him, why did you leave Juan Carita's room in his costume, which would have framed him more? If you were protecting him as the manager, wouldn't you just leave the room in general and not put on the costume? What's the point of putting on the costume? That girl reminds me of the lieutenant from Full Metal Alchemist. She kind of does. The hairstyle, I can see it. If she was protecting Ungard, why did she stop the press didn't she stop the press conference that would potentially damage his career? That is a thought. That as well. Why the press conference in the first place? Why help with the press conference if it's going to completely decimate his career, but still want to save him from possibly being accused as a murderer? But you're still wanting to ruin his entire life in a different way? It is sketchy. Fishy. Fishy. Well, I am the logical type. We're finally seeing her true self. She's more nervous than a scared rabbit. If the defense can find no fault with this testimony, I'm ready to make a ruling. Please keep that in mind as you cross-examine Mr. Wright. Looks like somehow everything has swung to the opposite end of the scale again. That just means I have to put my weight into this and turn her logic upside down. Press everything. I'm still curious about the card. And the person who kidnapped Maya. From the moment I saw the crime scene, I had a feeling that Matt was a murderer. Would you say that your intuition speaking to you? Don't confuse my methods of reasoning with your own. You say my reasoning is not solid? If you want to prove that someone did something, you need three things. Three things? A motive, an opportunity to commit the crime, and finally, decisive evidence. And if you think these three things through, the answer becomes quite clear. You should have already known that, Phoenix. They didn't teach that to us in school, at least not from what I remember. There's a lot of things that they don't teach you in school. May I continue now? I think my brain just sparked for a moment. Must have malfunctioned. Matt had to kill Juan no matter what. He didn't even know about the press conference, if we can take it as this man, even though he is an actor, probably didn't act that bit out. So would you say this need came from the press conference? Yes, do you know why Juan chose that event and that hotel for the conference? Because that was when he could cause the most damage to the public's beloved Matt Ungard. And you knew of this plan, didn't you, Miss Andrews? Yes, because I was the one who set up the conference and prepared the costume. Yeah, why help? Why would you help if you were trying to protect him? But I'm sure Mr. Ungard himself didn't know anything about the press conference. Oh, really? Can you show me any proof that he didn't know about the press conference? Using logic against me. Anyway, the important thing here is that this information was not in your testimony. Yes, I agree, Miss Andrews. Please correct your testimony, if you please. Grasping at straws now, are we, Mr. Wright? I know what his motive was, but I don't have any way to prove I'm right. Has Mr. Ungard done something to hurt or betray you personally? Why do you ask? You were the one who helped Mr. Carita with his press conference, and that event was supposed to bring down Mr. Ungard, yet you still helped out. The person on trial right now is Mr. Ungard, right? What the witness was thinking helping the victim with his plan is none of our concern. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. In any case, this means that the defendant had a motive to kill. Why do I keep doing this to myself? He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder. But didn't you already testify earlier that Mr. Ungard was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he was honestly sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. I keep trying, but I can find no flaws with what Miss Andrews has said. I can't say the same for some people here in this courtroom, however. Don't you point fingers at me. The judge is glaring straight at Mia. He's glaring at you, smart guy. My thoughts were confirmed by the evidence, of course, the button and the knife. Press. You can hardly call the knife a decisive evidence. The fingerprints on the knife could very well be a clever camouflage. Then, what about the button? The button. It's clear from the crime scene that the victim and his murderer fought. Murderer. During the fight, the killer ripped the button from the Gem and Ninja's costume. You're talking about the button, or this button, correct? That button was found in the pleats of Matt's hakama, isn't that correct? I would think that makes it very decisive evidence. Well, what if the hakama that was in his room that was holding the said bloody button was not the hakama he was wearing, but the secondary outfit hakama? Looks like you were outfoxed again, Mr. Wright. Anyway, the knife doesn't prove a thing. Please fix your testimony. I can't stand the sight of a man who can't gracefully accept his defeat. Oh, don't look at me like that. Thank goodness me can still look at me. With an icy stare, yes. Don't look at me like this. Miss Andrews, for Mr. Wright's sake, please add this information to your testimony. That button was torn off Matt, torn off of God, Juan during his fight with Matt. Okay. Press it. How do you know that? When the ends of the threads of the on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too. But why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that just because I'm prepared and you're not. What is this, a child's argument? And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her up on, it has to be here. But where and what? But I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. So we'll press this as well. But what you really did was stab the guy in the back, didn't you? And at the worst possible time. Yeah. Who's to say she really stabbed the guy in the back, as you put it? This witness could have disclosed everything about Mr. Ungard at any time. Why then would she wait until there was a large audience before doing so? It's the same reason why Mr. Kurita planned such an elaborate conference. Miss Andrews wanted to cause Mr. Guard as much damage as she possibly could. This witness bears ill will towards the defendant. This isn't the Phoenix Wright wax philosophical power hour. And please stop slandering the witness. As I expected, Miss Andrews' testimony seems pretty solid. Really? Because to me it sounded a little wishy-washy. Wishy-washy? Well, I guess we'll see if I press a little more. You should know this by now, but you'll need strong, decisive evidence to make her talk. Got it, Chief. I'm going to pin you down this time, Miss Andrews. This button, that button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. We could use the photo again as evidence for this and point out that the button could have been in the secondary outfit's hakama and not the hakama that that Ungard was wearing. Most rift from his costume is covered in Krita's blood, found in Ungard's hakama. See, why is it in like parentheses? Not parentheses, quotations. Is that to give a hint there? Could I use the press conference against this one too on the last one? But it seems like with the indicator of him talking about this quote specifically after you press it, that it seems that there's something fishy about this one. That the button was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. But it was making a comment about how she knew the details of what was going on. Down to the thread? Could she have been listening during the earlier trial since she was here, technically? I'm gonna save. And I'm gonna try using the photo on this one, because if there's two costumes, there's a high possibility that the hakama that they're talking about that had the button was not the hakama that Ungard was wearing. That's my thought process. Let's see if that is even possible. Evidence is not clearly... No, that's not it. Isn't the comment in the picture shown with the button off though? Well, the button is from Juan Krita's outfit. As you can see, it's missing right there. You can't really, there is also no blood on here at all. Could I use the button specifically? Yeah, it is covered in blood. Well, if she says that the... Wait... if she says that the button was torn off, then if you're going off of like it's covered in blood, if it was torn off during the fight and let's say it hit the floor, there's no way that their blood would get on it because it would be already off before he was stabbed. That's a thought. Let's try that. That's not it either. That is a good thought process though. I like that one. Maybe it's not this one specifically. It was torn off of Juan during his fight with Matt. Would have been stabbed, then the button came off. Yeah, that... No worries about being sorry. I have save states for this. I mean, we could possibly also use the press conference again against this statement of he didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time. No, not the time of the murder. I'm Matt's manager, so I felt that I had to protect him. So could we say that why would you protect him? Because I know in the press of the information that we talk about the press conference and everything. I wonder if we can also present this and it might elaborate more. Let's try it. No. Okay, let's brainstorm a little bit then. I'm gonna press this one again. How did you know that? When the ends of the threads on the button and the costume were matched up, they were found to fit together perfectly, or so I heard. I've heard that before too, but why would Miss Andrews know about this case down to such a fine detail? Don't look at me like that just because I'm not prepared and you, just because I'm prepared and you are not. And I thought I had her this time for sure. If there's anything to trip her on, her up on, it has to be here, but where and what? There's no witness from the conference because the conference itself never happened. So time of death 8:15, strangled with a scarf, then stabbed with a knife. Can you show me the sentence where she talks about the fight? Yeah, this is the one that I just pressed, and then she goes off on talking about the button thread, the threads matching up with the costume from the button, and we're thinking about how does she know this information? He didn't have an alibi for what he was doing at the time of the murder, other than supposedly napping. Does she know the details about the murder, though? Oh, that's a thought. Let me press this one again. Didn't you already testify earlier that Matt Ungar was taking a nap in his room? Are you telling me now that that too was a lie so you could cover for Mr. Ungard? I'm not telling you anything of the sort. When I went to get him for the show, he honestly was sleeping. However, as to whether he was sleeping the entire time, that I cannot say. I was too busy setting up the stage at the time. No flaws. Can't say the same for people here in the courtroom. The judge is glaring straight at me. He's glaring at me because I'm stupid. I don't think that there's a profile we can present either. I still wonder when we're gonna use the actual the map of the hotel. Maybe he wasn't sleeping at all, and was stabbed later after the strangling. Well, the person... Oh, whoopsies. Wait, what?
Objection!
Whoops. Wait, hold on.
Objection!
There's also something weird about the last one, too, I guess. Because the guy that was stabbed and strangled is Juan Creta, the one who's dead. The one that we're talking about right now is Matt Ungard, is the one that we're trying to... This is the one that we're working with. We're trying to prove him to not be guilty. Yeah, he was strangled then stabbed. Would that mean that there's a possibility that we could use the... This is gonna be trial of elimination. What if we use the autopsy report about being strangled with a scarf and then stabbed with a knife? That's because then if he was strangled first and then stabbed with a knife after, there could be a possibility that it fell off during the strangling bit, but not when he stabbed him. Let's try this one. Oh, music stopped. I think we got it. Yep. This is the victim's autopsy report. It clearly states that the cause of death was strangulation by a scarf. The Brinkles! The Brinkles are working! You guys are making me gain the Brinkles back. Strangulation? The knife stabbed to the victim was done after the victim had already died. And what does that mean? Yeah, because then if her statement of that the button fell off during the struggle, because he was struggling when he was being strangled, then the button would have fell off then, and there wouldn't be blood on it because he stabbed him after the fact. Because the blood's not going to spurt out if the victim is already dead, too. Let's examine the evidence. This button has the victim's blood on it, which would mean that it was ripped off the costume when... See, we had some good thought processes before that could also be plausible, but with the way that this game works, it's one decisive evidence and not like multiple different routes that we can get to the final information. After the knife was stabbed into the victim. Exactly, which means it's impossible that the button was torn off during the victim's final struggle, because the victim was strangled to death in that fight. That's right, Miss Andrews. There is no way this button was ripped off during the struggle. This button was consciously pulled off of the victim's already dead body. Woo! What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of this, Wright? So what if the button was torn off the body after the victim had already died? What does that change? Let me ask you one simple question, Mr. Edgeworth. Why was the button torn off? What purpose did that serve? What purpose? We now know this button was not turned off during the fight, so the murderer took the time and effort to purposely rip this from the victim's body. That would mean that the murderer had something in mind, wouldn't it? Framing. Mr. Wright, does this mean you know what the murderer wanted to do with the button? What was it? Yeah, to have a memento of the crime, to pin the crime on guard, and to destroy evidence. Other two to pin the crime on guard. We'll save anyway. It's nice to note that when the music stops is when you're actually right. This is only one logical reasoning for doing something like that. It was to pin the crime on Mr. Unguard. It's to pin it on him. Yeah, because it's found in the Hakama, specifically. There's no way anyone would put a bloody button in their own pants. Yeah, that's also the weird bit, because the way that the costume looks, it doesn't look like it would fall in there. And it's not like it's a pleated Hakama. It's like pretty smooth. If anything, there would have been blood on the pants rather than the button being in the pants. That's right, Mr. Unguard was set up by the real killer, of course. It is satisfying when the music stops, because then you have the sense of satisfaction and pride that you got it right. And the real murderer is... Well, Mr. Wright, who in the world is the real killer then? Finally. I can't believe I've managed to bring this trial all the way up to this point. Save. Phoenix, you can't let your guard down yet, not until the very end. The real killer, the person who planned to frame Mr. Unguard is... So we can say Adrian Andrews. This is the most logical thought process of what we're doing. But it's really funny that even at this point, even though you are so sure that it's Adrian Andrews, it could literally be something else. We're for the sake of everything, we're gonna say Adrian Andrews.
Take that!
Ah. Miss Adrian Andrews, I choose you. You are Mr. Kurita's killer. What? They're a pair of glasses. Mr. Wright, this is a very grave matter. Do you have any evidence that supports your charge? Any evidence? All of the evidence points to Miss Andrews. Well, how preposterous. You can't stick any of that on me. I can't, can I? Would you care to test me? Then what about this knife? The knife was used to stab the victim after he had already been strangled to death. It was used to throw suspicion onto Mr. Ungard naturally. A knife covered in the defendant's fingerprints could only be taken from his room. That's the other thing. If we're going off of stereotypical strength, not saying anything weird, the knife is only the tip of it is in the guy's chest, is in Juan's chest. So I think with how strong a person who's working with acting, especially since it's a kids show and there's usually a lot of action and things like that, he would probably be pretty sturdy. That knife was only like the tip of it, so she probably didn't put much oomph behind stabbing him. The only one who had dinner with him and knew which knife to take was you. Tisk. Fourth pair of glasses. Then what about the button that was found in Matt's hakama? Yeah, it was a shallow wound. This button was removed from the victim's body after he had already died. The only people who could have done so were the person who found his body or the killer. However, if Mr. Ungard was the real killer, there's no way he would have put such incriminating evidence in his own hakama. Oh, fifth pair. The only person who could have put this button into Mr. Ungard's hakama is the person who went to wake him from his nap, which is you yet again, Miss Andrews. I see. What about the empty guitar case? That is also another piece of evidence that incriminates Miss Andrews. The costume was used to hide the real killer's identity as they fled the crime scene. You see, something else is kind of funny, because if you look at the picture right now where the knife is in the body, it's in so much deeper. So it's like those kinds of little details that are actually pretty irrelevant, because the knife looks like it's so much further into the body in this angle. Now, who could have known that there was such a costume inside the guitar case? It could only have been the person who prepared the costume for the victim. That person is you, Miss Adrian Andrews. No, But Miss Andrews' fingerprints was nowhere to be found on the guitar case, and it was you who proved that she was not wearing gloves at the time. That's right. That's because she did not intend on leaving any prints. If anyone had found out she had touched the case, they would have asked her why. So to avoid leaving any prints, she used a towel or something else to open it. But the glass of tomato juice is a different story. Miss Andrews purposefully left her fingerprints on the glass to show that, yes, indeed, she was the classic day's discoverer of a dead body. Oh, sixth pair. And to top it all off, there is this photo. A photo of the killer as they exited the scene of the crime. No reasonable person on Earth can believe this nickel samurai is Mr. Ungard. He would be much too short for his own costume if it was him. Oh. Speaking of how tall people are, Miss Andrews, you're also kind of short in stature, are you not? Please stop. Well, how about it, Miss Andrews? I've got her this time. Miss Andrews? I refuse to testify. What was that? There's a law. It says I can't be forced to testify about something if it can incriminate me. Oh, the loophole. Wait, is that like 7 pairs of glasses? Well, yes, you are absolutely correct, Miss Andrews. The law does provide us with a way to avoid self-incrimination by allowing a witness to not testify if the testimony can cause damage to themselves. But this only proves it. What? Pleading the fifth is not something most people would think to do on the spot. Well, she is level-headed enough. Actually, thinking back to yesterday in Mr. Ungard's room. Adrian Andrews. Yes. Think hard about what we just discussed. Think hard about which. I hate it when text box do this, where they do the what looks like the full sentence but not, and then they do it again after. So confusing to my brain. All right. So they pre-thought this. That's it. That's when Franziska planted this idea into her head. She must have told Miss Andrews to not testify if things looked bad. You did a good job proofing everything up to this point, Phoenix, but there is still one thing you haven't done. Something I haven't done? Hey. Edgeworth. What's wrong, Wright? Are you finished already? Run out of evidence? What is so humorous, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm sure you realize this as well, Your Honor. But everything the good lawyer here has proven up to this point is meaningless. What? Everything you have proven is circumstantial. No, it's not. Circumstantial? Yes, circumstantial. You have yet to prove a single piece of definitive proof. Proof that Miss Andrews did in fact harbor a wish to murder Mr. Kurita. Oh! Nope, she brought this upon herself. She said for me to not bring this up, but I'm gonna have to bring it up. Oh no, I'm sorry, but not sorry at this point. Miss Andrews, you did want to kill Mr. Kurita? Did you want to kill Mr. Kurita? I believe this may lead to me incriminating myself, so I will abstain from answering. But Miss Andrews, if you do that, it would be the same as admitting your guilt, don't you think? Maybe so, or maybe not. There is nothing to prove it either way. Besides, you don't even know what crime I would be guilty of due to my silence. I have evidence. I do have evidence. No, she's taking that defiant attitude again. Mia, what should we do? Somehow, we've landed in the worst possible situation. I think we have reached a certain conclusion at this point in time. Miss Adrian Andrews has refused to testify, and the defense's theory that she is actually the actual murderer, has not been fully substantiated with solid definitive proof. But that's not true. In this situation, there is only one thing this court can do, and that is to declare a recess. Recess? I request that both the prosecution and the defense look further into this matter, and at tomorrow's trial. No! Tomorrow? We don't have a tomorrow. If we don't get a not guilty verdict today, then... Please wait, Your Honor. That's not necessary. The trial. Please continue the trial. What are you sweating for? Oh my god. Sad I can't say have a great rest of your stream, Paints. Thank you for watching. Now, Zero. I'll see you later. Have a good day at work. Hopefully it's a stress-free day. Ugh. That's not it. This isn't about that. Edgeworth, I know you know who the real killer is. Please, let the trial continue. If I don't get the verdict, then Maya... Oh, wait, does he not know? He not know. Wait, it's impossible to continue as long as the witness refuses to testify. Now then, this court is... It is not impossible for this trial to continue. Adrian Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you? It's true Miss Andrew holds the right to self-incrimination. However, if the topic of conversation was something unrelated to whatever she may be guilty of. Ugh. Oh God. Oh dear. Whew. Sorry, that was a really weird burp that just came out. Then she has no right to withhold testimony. I'm fine. This is fine. I'm good. This is what I get for drinking soda. Yes, that is very true, but actually there is one little thing that I'm curious about. Oh no, I'm completely fine. It's a combination of me talking a lot and drinking in, I have like Sprite mixed with juice. So I'm getting like random burps every once in a while and they'll just come out. It's kind of like when my throat gurgles all on its own. It's just a burp. No worries. Nothing. I don't feel nauseated. There's nothing going on with that. It's just a really random burp that just decided to spring upon me. Miss Andrews, when you found the victim's dead body, you poured yourself a glass of juice. Yes, and I can't help but think how unnatural that is. Usually when one finds a body, they are shaken up, not stirring a glass of juice. See, this is what I said earlier. Why are we only talking about this now? So my actions were unusual, but I've already... Before you speak, I want you to state if you have a reason behind your actions. I would like you to testify to that effect. Testify? Your Honor, I would like to request that the witness testify again as to what happened when she first discovered the victim's body. Whatever we found out in this testimony should in no way implicate the witness. Ha ha. I don't know what it is about Edgeworth today, but I can't get a good read off of him. Is he friend or foe? I just don't know. Combination. Passive-aggressively helping. Like the title. Did you figure out what was wrong, or did it kind of fix itself? I figured out exactly what was wrong and really only needed to reset my computer and it fixed everything. It's kind of silly because I don't understand why it happened, but I know that it happened and then I fixed it. It's good now. I just have to keep an eye. Maybe it is the one too many USBs and something glitched. Something. The court acknowledges the prosecution's request. Miss Andrews, if you please. It was actually super simple too. It's so funny because I even noticed it early on in the day, but I didn't figure that something had gone wrong. It was just reconnecting, so it just didn't connect properly. And I found the body. That glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in a messy state. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I realized that he was dead, that was when I knocked over the flower vase. Or the flower vase over. So you poured that glass of juice for the victim. Why didn't you say so in your earlier testimony? I didn't think I needed to include something so trivial. Phoenix, please be careful here. If you can't find anything wrong with this testimony, then there's nothing left. I know. Edgeworth, what the heck is going on in that brain of yours? Now then, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Glad it worked out at least, and never underestimate the power of turn it off and on again. Yeah, especially with electronics. It's... Turning electronics on and off really fixes a lot of problems, surprisingly. And usually that is just like the proper solution. That's the first thing that you should try always. And like properly turning things off. Okay. The glass of juice, I didn't really pour it for myself. But there wasn't anyone else in the room, right? Of course not. Then who did you pour it for? Mr. Wright, there's a rhyme and reason for everything. Can you wait just a little longer for it to be revealed to you? In other words, Wright, be quiet and listen. Precisely. I couldn't have said it better myself. I like pressing everything because it gives me information, but sometimes they're just mean. I was surprised when I walked into the room and saw it in that messy state. So, it was a mess. Are you sure it wasn't messy because of your fight with Mr. Kurita? I understand your frustration at not being able to prove your theory. However, before you go accusing people of crimes, go find yourself some evidence. And then what did you see next, witness? And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. Slumped over? Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. Eyes closed. Yeah, his eyes are closed. Is it just me or does that sound a little odd? Wait, hold on. Let me listen to that one again. Slumped over. Yes, he was just sitting there with his head tilted forward, eyes closed. He really looked like he was sleeping. Is it just me or did that right there sound a little odd? Slumped over looked like he was sleeping. That is what it looks like in the... I mean, you would still see the knife coming out of his chest. Okay, well, we'll press with others. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Then what did cross your mind? I thought maybe he had smashed everything in anger because he lost the Grand Prix, and then felt tired after his rampage, so he decided to take a nap. Wouldn't he have gone to bed for that? Anyways, that's what I thought. I see, so you didn't think he was dead at all. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. You thought he fainted? I thought he was asleep at first, but then the room was in such a messy state, but I thought maybe he had gotten into a fight with someone. And that's when you went to pour the glass of juice. Yes, he always has a hard time waking up, so Juan always has a glass of tomato juice to drink. I see, and after that tomato juice to wake up with? To each their own, I guess. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. And how did you come to realize that he was in fact dead? I shook him over and over, but I never got a response. So I set the glass down on the dresser and tried to take his pulse. Wouldn't you have noticed that he had a knife sticking out of his chest and was bleeding? I think that would be the more apparent thought process of her shaking him. And then tried to take his pulse? I was shocked and staggered backwards. And knocked over the flower... Stumbled backwards and then knocked the flower vase? This is what it all comes down to. This is the absolute end for both sides, and Adrian is letting her guard down. Phoenix, now is our best chance yet to kill the prosecution's case. Isn't that a bit harsh, Miss Andrews? Will you tell us the truth this time? I am reading these so wrong. Slumped over and tired looking. In the corner. In the corner? But he's not in the corner. Well, I mean, technically he's around the corner area. Well, why would she specifically say in the corner? That last bit is kind of... It's kind of fishy for her to say that she didn't realize he was dead. Because of the knife sticking out of his chest. That would be so obvious. And Juan, he was sitting slumped over and tired looking in the corner. When I realized that he was dead, that's when I knocked the flower vase over. Which one? She's just twisting herself up in more and more lies. Yes, but which one should I present evidence to? To be honest, I thought he just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. When I saw him sitting like that, the thought that he was dead didn't cross my mind. Maybe I should present with this one. And use the murder, the photo of the murder and point out the knife? Yeah, the fainting thing. Maybe presenting with the knife. To be honest, I thought he had just fainted or something, so I went to pour him some juice. I don't think that I could present the attorney badge and have it mean something. I think it's the not cross my mind either the photo or the knife. Okay. Let's try specifically the photo first on this one, because if we can use the photo and point out the knife, because I think that would be more definitive than the knife itself. But let's see. Because maybe we can point at the use the photo to point at it and then show the knife. Let's see. Yes. So you honestly didn't think he was dead when you found him? Yeah, because if she rattled him, like shook him, and got close to the body, how could you not see the knife? No, not at all. Even though this is what you saw when you discovered the body. What is the meaning of this? Isn't it obvious, Your Honor? There is a knife sticking straight out of Mr. Kurita's chest. We got it! Anyone who saw this scene would immediately have thought that, here was a dead man. Well, you see, I doubt a single person in this world would mistake this, for someone who fainted. And then so nonchalantly go pour something to drink. Your point is, Miss Andrews, your testimony just now, it was all one giant lie. It's the 8th pair of glasses. And your lie has proven one thing very clearly, that you are the real killer. No! It looks like the defense has somehow brought the ugly truth to light. The defendant, Mr. Matt Ungard, is not guilty after all. But that's impossible. You're wrong. Miss Andrews tried to have some composure. It wasn't me. It wasn't me, I tell you. It was Matt, I swear it. He's the one who killed Juan. But you were the one who refused to testify. And your reason for not doing so, that you might end up incriminating yourself. That's because... Miss Andrews, I will give you one last chance. What exactly are you hiding that may incriminate you? I refuse to testify. Guilty. There is no need for this court to continue any further. Mr. Matt Ungard's innocence has been clearly demonstrated. This is it. Is it over? Have we found the truth at last? Oh, I'm scared. What's wrong with Phoenix? Usually the real killer confesses his or her guilt. And now that I think about it, this is the first time someone hasn't. Now then, I would like to hand down my verdict for Mr. Matt Ungard. We already know this was dubious at best due to the fact that we were forced into getting Matt Ungard's innocence through any such means. There's still a lot of the weird things about this case, which I'm sure this is going to continue due to the fact we have to save Maya and figure out who the actual killer is. Yeah, it could be blackmail. I feel bad for her when she makes that sad face. I do too. She has done some wrong things, but I can't say for sure entirely that she's the killer. I don't know. Oh. Your Honor, the prosecution feels that it would be premature to pass out a verdict at this time. No! I hate Edgeworth. Please. 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 What? The reason is quite simple. The witness has yet to speak the absolute truth. Edgeworth, I beg of you. I beg of you. The absolute real truth. What are you? Witness, don't you understand yet? Huh? I don't know who planted the silly idea in your head, but as long as you protect yourself through your silence, Matt Ungard will go free, and in his place, you will become the guilty party. That's a lie. I don't believe you. Wait, what do you mean? You are definitely incriminating yourself by not saying anything as well. It's either or. What? I was told if I spoke, then it would be all over and Matt would never be declared guilty. What in the world is she talking about? Has she lost it? I can't speak about it. I'm too scared. It's Franziska von Karma. Yet again. Don't you remember, Phoenix? Miss Andrews lives by gripping tightly onto the words of another. Because she doesn't have the strength to believe in herself. Then, right now, Miss Andrews is... Yesterday, she was tossed a lifesaver by Miss Von Karma. Don't say a word no matter what happens. If you do, Matt Ungard will be acquitted. Miss Andrews undyingly believes in those words right now and is clinging onto them. Then what should we do? This is the first time I've ever come across anything like this. But Miss Andrews has to be the killer, right? All we have to do now is get our not guilty. That is my only priority. It wasn't me. I'm begging you. Please believe me. I didn't kill Juan. Help, please. Someone help me. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. The court can't continue on like this. Therefore, I'd like to hear what you intend to do. What I intend to do? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say? Right, I suggest you think very carefully about this. Think about what the witness did and what she did not do. Think about who is the real mastermind behind this crime. Who's the real mastermind? Isn't that obvious? There's no one else it could be except the woman crying over there, right? You stop slamming your table. You're gonna break it. Come now, what will you do? What kind of man are you, Mr. Phoenix, right? We know we are entirely upon the set of wanting justice for the truth. This has always been our demeanor. If we request the not guilty verdict now, things will go wrong. Testify. I have to win a complete acquittal today. There's no way around that. But I can't bring myself to do this. Not when she's making a face like that. See, what if she actually is the killer? And these tears are crocodile-like? Which is probably not it. Maybe. Miss Andrews, I would like to know what you are really hiding. Mr. Wright, are you sure you know what you're doing? Sure, Mr. Ungard would get an acquittal, but in his place, you would be found guilty. Is this how you really want the trial to end? Be quiet. How dare you? You're trying to trick me. That's enough. I commend you for trying, Mr. Edgeworth. However, it's clear that the defense's theory is the truth. You're wrong. What do you have up your sleeve now? What are you hiding in that cravat, sir? What a shame. I had hoped things wouldn't come to this. However, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Andrews, since you absolutely refuse to testify, it falls on my shoulders to disclose this to the court. Oh, he's gonna bring up the other thing. Stop. Mr. Edgeworth. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. What? Because of this illness, she has tried to commit in the past. Yeah, here comes. It is the tough love. I thought we were gonna bring this up, but it's Edgeworth that has... What? It's Edgeworth that has to do it. Stop, please stop. He's gonna bring up the accident. No matter how much you want to hide it, it's no use. I have the evidence right here. That's the second part of the report. The attempted report. What will you do now, witness? You know what I'm about to do, don't you? I will now reveal to the court the true nature of the pitiful woman known as Adrienne Andrews. The secret of her dependent nature. Having other people know about it scares her more than anything else in the world. Please stop, I beg you. If people find out, I'll... If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. Oh my... Edgeworth, this is a sensitive topic. I know that we need to bring this to light, but oh my god. Edgeworth, how can you be so cold? Edgeworth acting like an ass, but necessary. Yeah, the poor... I feel sorry for Edgeworth in situations like this, is because he has to play the bad guy. He always has to play the bad guy. However, before you die, I will pull the truth of your still breathing lips, from your still breathing lips, no matter what I have to do. So will you tell the court yourself or shall I? Either is fine with me. I'll talk, but please help me. Nothing matters anymore. Oh my god. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. When I realized he was dead, that was when I formulated my plan. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. And then I stabbed Juan's dead body with a knife and ripped off the button. Just when I finished and was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. And that's why I ended up using the nickel samurai costume. Stabbed the body with the knife? But why would you do that? Isn't it obvious to pin the blame on a certain person? A certain cowardly man. What do you mean by all of this? It might take this court a little while to understand, but... this is the truth. The real killer is Matt, that scumbag of a man. I'll never forgive him. He's trying to escape his guilt again, just like last time. Again? Last time? So, Miss Andrews stabbed the victim, Juan Carita, in the chest with a knife. However, she didn't do it with murder in mind. She did it with the intent of farming Matt Ungard for this murder. Framing. Farming? Framing. Is there a possibility that I'm right in the theory that he may have been the one to steal the note? Maybe? Can I also say he looks like a goober? Farming for experience. I guess he did do the murder. He's farming for experience to level up. She did it with the intent of framing Matt Ungard for the murder. And this is her crime. How is this possible? I mean, wasn't Miss Andrews supposed to be the real murderer? Mr. Wright, please get over your shock and commence the cross-examination. This is a long set of cross-examinations. When I first saw him, I really thought he had fainted, honest. But you could tell from the state of the room was in that there must have been a fight. Are you telling the truth when you say that you did not know he was dead? He had a scarf tied around his neck, but that scarf is a part of the Jammin' Ninja's costume, so I didn't think anything about it was strange. His head was also tilted down a bit, so I couldn't see his face that well. That's why I thought I'd wake him up and went to pour the juice. No, I'm good for a break for now. It's only two hours in. When I realized he was dead, that's when I formulated my plan. What is this plan you've had? I knew right away the murderer was Matt. I knew because Juan, he was going to expose Matt's weakness, or weakest weak point to the world. So Matt did this to stop Juan and silence him for good. That's when I thought I should forge some evidence and pin this crime on Matt. So the forged pieces of evidence were the knife and the button. The first thing that came to mind was to plant the knife. Once I made sure there was no one in the hallway, I made a dash back to Matt's room. That was so you could get the knife, correct? The knife Matt used at dinner had his fingerprints all over it. I thought if I used that, then the police would certainly turn their eyes towards him. Matt was napping with his costume on at the time. I slipped in, took the knife, and returned to the scene of the crime. Then I stabbed Juan's dead body with the knife and ripped off the button. So you were the one to stab the victim with that knife. It gives me goosebumps to think about it now. What a horrible thing I did. But at the time, I couldn't control my own body. It moved on its own. Then when I stabbed Juan's dead body, I suddenly realized something. If I used the button somehow, I could make Matt look even more suspect. Yeah, but then why aren't her fingerprints on it? Yeah, that is the thing. If she was in, like she says, a daze, in general, trying to come up with a plan on the fly, usually that leads to so many, that leads to accidents. That leads to evidence being left behind if it's so spontaneous. So you thought to rip one of the buttons off and then plant it in Mr. Ungard's Hakama. Yes, that's what I had planned to do. But things never go that smoothly, do they? Just when I finished and I was returning to Matt's room, I had a bit of an inconvenience. An inconvenience? There was a woman with a camera at the ready loitering in the hallway. I'm willing to bet my spikes it was Lotta. Your spikes. There was also a woman with a ray gun at the ready pacing back and forth. Also, during this time frame, how did both of these guys not see her go into Juan's room? How did they not see her? Even during the mad dash to get the knife in the first place. Or maybe they just showed up after she did the mad dash for the knife. That's Miss Oldbag for you. I had already been caught and made into a big scoop for a certain weekly tabloid once, so I couldn't very well go out looking like myself and get caught again. Yeah, maybe they showed up after she made the mad dash for the knife. And that's why I end up using the nickel samurai costume. You were the one who prepared that costume, weren't you? Yes, I took it from Global Studios. I also put it into Juan's guitar case the day before the award ceremony. You did this in preparation for the press conference, correct? Yes, Juan wanted to wear that costume and hold a press conference in it. He was going to disclose Matt's big secret there. And what is the secret? That I don't know. Anyway, I thought that if I were to leave Juan's room in the nickel samurai costume, then people would think that Matt was a real murderer. See, if she's... What? I'm still a little bit confused in the fact that she's so sure that Matt killed Juan. And she still says that she doesn't know about the evidence that, or the secret that Juan was going to reveal. That seems like a lie to me, because then why would she be so determined to help and to also incriminate Matt on guard with the murder? I was very careful not to leave any fingerprints when I opened the guitar case. I absolutely did not want anyone to know about the costume. I think we've heard enough. So after that, you went back to Mr. Unguard's room and planted the button. Into Matt's Hakama? Yes. After that, I folded up the costume I was wearing and put it into a bag. Then I snuck it out of the hotel and got rid of it. My word, does all this mean... Mr. Edgeworth, is it... The real criminal is Matt Ungard. Yesterday, that woman prosecutor sat me down for a talk. Franziska, huh? She said that I should under no circumstances confess to what I had done. That if I kept quiet, that Matt would be found guilty for sure. I had no choice but to believe in her words. What this witness has done is clearly unlawful. However, as long as her testimony stands, we can be certain she is not the real killer. Wait, Your Honor. The defense still... Right. It's pointless. At this point in time, it is not impossible to indict Miss Andrews on anything. Yes, exactly. There isn't a single piece of evidence that points to her as the murderer. The cross-examination of this witness is over, and so today's trial, you couldn't establish that the witness was the culprit. Please let it go, Mr. Wright. I didn't even get to properly cross-examine. I was just pressing. But... Mr. Edgeworth, please place Miss Andrews under arrest for further questioning. Understood, Your Honor. The prosecution will arrange for her detention immediately. That is all. Court is adjourned for today. Oh my god. Oh, Phoenix. Today's trial, it's over. And I didn't win an acquittal. Witness, would you mind if I asked you something? Oh, Edgeworth? What is it? Before you leave court today, I wonder if I might look at one thing. The card in your hand, it had my interest for quite some time now. What exactly is it? Oh, this? Mr. Wright also asked about this. Although I didn't remember at the time you asked me about it, Mr. Wright. I remember just now. I found this in the room on that day. The room. That day. Yes. Oh my God. Not only did she try to frame the murder on Matt Ungard, but she took evidence from the room. So then can we say that Matt Ungard is also still possibly not the murderer, but is the assassin butler man with the stitches in his face? It was lying there right next to him. That's the calling card. You found the card next to the victim's body? I suppose I must have unconsciously slipped it into my pocket. Wait, it's not as if this card has any relevance to Juan's murder, right? That's not yours to decide! That's not yours to decide! Yeah, it's Tequila. Yeah, I guess not, but it's still a strange card if you ask me. But as far as a clue to this case, I don't see why. Oh. Witness, that card. Give it to me, hurry. How does he know? Edgeworth. You have any idea what you have stupidly yet inadvertently done? I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. I didn't mean to. What is this all about? See, that's the other thing. Remember how when we first got Ungard to convince him to let us be his attorney? He only agreed after we said to killer. So for Edgeworth to be reacting like this too, maybe it's more of a famous thing that we think. That card, what in the world is it and what does it mean? To be continued. Yay, we're moving into the next phase. I really hope I don't have to stop in the middle of investigating, because depending on how long this takes, this is a lengthy case, and it's probably going to be about, like, what? I think it's supposed to be 8 or 9 hours, but it's probably going to be much, much more than that. Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! There, Pearls. It's okay. She'll be fine. I can't take it anymore. Look, it'll be all right. Everything may still work out. The condition was that we had to get a not guilty verdict. And so far, the kidnapper has kept his word and hasn't hurt Maya. That is true. We still technically have him as a not guilty bit, but it's not specifically a not guilty verdict though. He won't because Mr. Ungard hasn't been given a guilty sentence yet. But he said we had to get a not guilty sentence in a day. Cheer up, we don't have time to stand around crying. We have to get going. You're right. Mr. Maya is in much more pain than I am. Yes, that's right. So, hey, you guys, glad I caught you, pal. Gumshoe, do you still have your job? Are you okay? Do you want me to buy you some ramen? I'll add some shrimp tempura into it. We need to get this man nourished. Mr. Scruffy Detective. Oh boy, looks like Detective Gumshoe has been dubbed Mr. Scruffy Detective in Pearl's book now. It's just plain old Mr. Dick Gumshoe now, and I came to talk to you, pal. No, he said Mr. Gumshoe. But we're kind of busy right now. It's not Detective Gumshoe, it's Mr. Gumshoe. Are you okay? She had 2 original thoughts of frame Ungard and card, and cool, I'll take it. It's a really odd thought process. Since when did Phoenix manage a not guilty verdict in one day? Yeah, we didn't do that. He's still considered not guilty at the moment, but I mean... so what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean, pal? Well, you've been fired, right? So do you have a new job lined up yet? Oh, that, what am I supposed to do now, pal? I don't have anything coming in at all until my next payday. What are you talking about? You don't have another payday. I guess that means I'm just gonna have to work here at your place, pal. So I don't even have enough funds to take care of Maya's binge eating. Do you think that I can keep you on my roster and still feed Maya? You'll be searching for things that will prove Mr. Ungard's innocence all day, right? Well, yeah. So yeah, I'm going to help you, pal. I've got a lot of experience in investigating and watching over people's places. And I'm great at making really simple meals, pal. I'll take care of it all. Actually, if you could feed Maya, that would be... Oh, no, maybe I would save money because then I could just buy ingredients and Gumshoe can cook everything and we never have to go out for dinner again. Money saving. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's let Mr. Scruffy Detective take care of things. Okay. By the way, what's your best dish? Instant noodles, pal. That's good enough for me. Why am I surrounded by people who only eat cheap, unhealthy foods? I don't know. I think Maya doesn't just eat cheap food. Yeah, we can eat ramen for the rest of our life. What do you guys think? With what money are we gonna pay Gumshoe? None of the clients we worked for has paid us so far. Oh God, you're so right. I can't even afford to feed myself, let alone Maya's big gullet. Yeah, noodles. Noodles always make people happy. Ramen noodles. Alfredo. Spaghetti. Pasta is always a good thing to eat. That was the first time I've ever seen Mr. Edgeworth act like that. Never thought he'd say something like that. He didn't care if Miss Andrews killed her. He said that? That's horrible. But because of him doing that, we got the truth finally. The truth. Miss Andrews' last testimony. I wonder if that was the truth. I'll give you that there was nothing strange in her testimony itself, but I still think there is something fundamentally wrong with the whole thing. You mean about that thing, pal? Why would she want to? No, I almost need to frame Mr. Ungard. Yeah, that's the thing, is why is she framing Matt Ungard when she had such a vendetta with Juan Carita from us knowing about her relationship with Celeste Impacts, and that that Juan Carita is the possible suspect of hiding her note. What does Matt Ungard have to do with it all? Because I feel like if she was this passionate about, or if she was so passionate about getting back at Juan Carita for what he may or may not have caused, wouldn't you think that she would just do the deed herself and not involve Matt Ungard in any way? Other than just his vendetta with Juan? Juan, as 21, still feels wrong. He feels like he's frozen in the 70s and revived to be the Jamma Ninja. Yeah, he does have like that 70s like quality. I mean, in the 70s, this is what some people looked like at this age. I mean, even younger, some people had this hairstyle, but he just has such a chiseled look that you would think that he's older. I couldn't figure out that out from anything she said all day. Then you're saying that testimony was a lie? Not a lie per se. It just feels like there's more here than meets the eye. What if she found information that Matt Ungar did something related to Celeste impacts? The truth has still yet to come to light. Noodles with cheese sauce, yes. Macaroni is also a very delicious comfort food. It always seems that when I go out to restaurants, unless they don't have a specific kind of pasta I like, I will always get pasta. My typical would be like chicken Alfredo or shrimp Alfredo. Alfredo in general just is... But if I'm going to like an Asian restaurant, it'll be like yakisoba or like those really thick noodles. Stir fry noodles. Pasta. That's what Edgeworth would like us to believe. That's such a dirty trick. Even that woman prosecutor was better than that. No, she's not. No, she's not at all. No, she would use everything and more to her advantage. Franziska von Karma. Speaking of Miss von Karma, do you have any more information on her condition? Wasn't she shot this morning? I'm so sorry. I'm here talking about food and making you all hungry. Noodles sound tasty. I should eat something before I head to bed soon. I have to be at work at 4 a.m. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you should look into making yourself some pasta or something. Don't forget to add the protein. Miss Von Karma was shot today on the way to the trial by a pistol pal. But she's going to be fine, right? I mean, Edgeworth says she was in stable condition, but... Well, she was shot in the shoulder, so she's okay and still hanging in there. They should be done talking and taking the bullet out, so she's probably resting at the hospital. Which one? What, are you going to visit her, pal? No, well, I was kind of thinking about it. Hey, you've actually got a heart, don't you? So who said I didn't have one? She looked like she was being tortured to death, not being able to go to trial today. So maybe it'd be good for her if you went and let her whip you for a bit, pal. Absolutely not. Let's go let her whip us, Mr. Nick. No! Pearl, I don't think you understand. Now I'm definitely not going. Yeah, I don't think that they would allow her to take her whip into the hospital. Let's hope. Pearls doesn't need to come with us for this. The name of the hospital, oh yeah, the Hottie Clinic. Hottie Clinic. Let's hope that's not a play on words. That name sends a chill down my spine. Well, I guess it can't hurt to stop by and say hi. I'm gonna hurt after this, aren't I? Did I present to you anything? Could you please take a look at this? Can't think of anything to say about this. That's fine. Can I present to you a profile at all? Can we talk about Celeste? She was Miss Adrian Andrews' mentor. Because of the of the mentor she depended on. Adrian Andrews tried to follow her in an attempt to now the question is, who is Miss Andrews relying on now? Von Karma, or I mean, who other than Von Karma was she relying on? My impression of her has totally changed, pal. So where is she right now? I'm sure she's being questioned down at the precinct. At the very least, about messing with the body and obstructing the investigation. She'll probably be saying over at the detention center. The detention center, huh? Okay, so we'll probably see her there. That clinic? Is it a play on words? Should I be concerned? I'm probably gonna be very concerned. Okay, we'll move on for now. I know we've seen the background for the clinic before, but I don't know if this is this. Have we been to this clinic before? It's been so long. Let's go to the clinic first. March 22nd, Haughty Clinic reception. I'm gonna save. Never thought I'd ever come back to this place. Oh, we have been here before. Oh. I remember now. Yes, are you here to visit a patient? Oh, hi. Wait a second. You're... yes, I'm Director Haughty. Ho ho. Why are you still here? Yes, what is it? Can I help you? Can you tell me? Yes. Director Haughty. Oh, Edgeworth. Yes, I'm Director Haughty. Ho ho. Oh, you're the man from this morning. Yes, what is it? Director Francisca. How is Francisca von Karma? You don't need to worry. Yeah, she's in good hands. Because you see, I'm personally taking good care of her. Yes, hee hee. Oh yes, and that surgery went well. You have my gratitude. It looks like Edgeworth doesn't know about this director and his secret. She looks so pitiful, absolutely terrified. Yes. But I understand. Yes, her opponent was a gun after all. And when I snuck up on her real secret light, she would scream really loud like... so creepy! Oh, I hate it. I see. She's really cute too. When I do that, she'd whip me with her whip. Boy, did I cry like a baby. Yes, but I think I could get used to it. You know what? I would have been so much more relaxed if this was a play on words and the Haughty Clinic. It would be so much easier to endure than this. Oh, there she is. Oh, he's dead. Go back to your room. You're so mean. So mean, my frisky. My frisky Friska. Oh my god. But that's good too. Oh my god. It's time for my IV drops. Yes. Oh my god. Hey, Von Karma? Can I just say thank you? I know we don't get along well, but I appreciate this nonetheless. Thank you so much. And what are those tulips doing in your hand, Mr. Phoenix, right? Oh, I knew I should have come here. Okay. I was shot in front of the courthouse in my right shoulder. But it's no big deal. This sort of thing happens all the time. I would certainly hope not. Avon had full intentions of running the trial this morning. But that would have been too much for you. There's no need to act tough in front of us, you know. Regardless, I was dragged here by that man over there. He was so unyielding, one has to wonder if he was simply interested in stealing my case. It was the only logical course of action given the bullet was so lodged in your shoulder. But by taking over the case, I found myself having to clean up after you and that irresponsible deal you made. I think I know what deal he's referring to. The deal. Miss Von Karma, you made a deal with Miss Andrews yesterday, didn't you? I don't know what you mean. In order to make sure you got your guilty verdict on Mr. Ungard, you told Miss Andrews to not testify in court today. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you have proof that I made such a deal? You're denying it? It looks like you were lucky, Mr. Phoenix, right? If I had been in court today, this trial would already be over. all while hiding Miss Andrews' own crime. This isn't my that isn't my problem, whether she had tampered with the evidence or not. I only have one objective, to find Ungard guilty of murder. The end justifies the means, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The end justifies the means. Hi, Wubs. Yeah, a bullet lodged in her shoulder, and she decided to... Oh yeah, that is kind of a... What? Who was it that got shot? Was that also Edgeworth that got shot? Miss Von Karma, Adrian Andrews believed you when you said, if you don't tell the truth of what really happened, then Ungard will be found guilty. What does that have to do with me? Because of that, she is now in danger of being found guilty herself. All because she believed in your words until the very end. That still has nothing to do with me. She's just a weak person, that's all. I hate you! I hate you. But you had to know she was... Ow! I think visiting hours here are about over, so if you'll excuse me. She's... Ugh. What's wrong? Why did she suddenly cut you off? Probably because she thinks I had the advantage in that argument. Edgeworth. Oh yeah, her father. That's right. What happened today at the trial, Edgeworth? That was not like you at all. I mean, I know you knew about Mrs. Andrews' condition. You could have made her testify as many times as you wanted, but to go that far. But she wouldn't testify about that until I said something. Listen, Wright, the courtroom is a garden of judgment. I'm putting myself on the line when I stand in there. That's why I made the witness do the same. It's only natural. I kind of agree, but you can still like restructure your sentence. By the way, Edgeworth, you were really angry in court today. That's rare for you. Yeah, the card. Witness that card. Give it to me. Hurry. You have any idea what you stupidly yet inadvertently done? This. I can't believe you hid this from me all this time. That card. What in the world is it? You mean this? Listen, Wright. This is top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card, a man called Shelly the Killer. The Killer! And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin, the best at that. An assassin. Picture card added to the court record. Was placed next to the victim at the time of the murder. Miss Andrews was carrying it. Dun dun dun. Dun 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 dun. So who is this Shelly the Killer? Shelly. That's why he has a conch shell on his calling card. The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. Shelly is the professional name of the third heir to the Killer name. So because his professional name is Shelly, he leaves cards with a shell on them? He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. So then we can technically say that the Killer is the killer. But if Matt Ungard knew about the Killer, could it be that he either hired him or it just knows about him? What? Oh, why would he do something like that? We think it is a part of his duty to his clients. His duty. If he leaves a card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as insurance against any charges being pushed onto his client. I see. The Killer values the trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this one is this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. Because, I mean, if you're not honorable to a degree, you won't get clients, right? Yeah, that would be interesting if he hired him. Some assassins say message accident. The killer says always message. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the killer, huh? Okay, Maya's situation. I noticed something at the trial today. You were behaving in a very strange manner. Is something else the matter? We can trust him. We can trust Edgeworth. I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the killer want? Or the kidnapper want? An acquittal. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. Really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going too. Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Oh my god. You need help in this situation. Don't be a butthole. There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get an acquittal somehow. It's the only way. Right, listen, you need to know something. Juan Carita was killed by Shelly the killer. And the client who ordered the job is Matt Ungard, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. Passive-aggressive helping. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they will let you enter. Receipt from Edgeworth allows Bear to freely investigate the crime scene. I wonder if we're gonna see more information about that extra bone on the plate. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again. If anything should happen, now if you'll excuse me. I mean, he's still being helpful, but Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Ungard hired an assassin? No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock. No, because technically his conscience is clean because he's not the one who killed Matt Ungard. But if we ask the right questions, we might get a sight guard. We have to be strategic about this. Maya, please. All I ask you is to be okay. Accidentally pressed A. Aww. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And even though he said he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up. Like how Nick does with everything in court. No, Maya. Maya, please. Anyway, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Sounds like I got the door open. Okay, time to take a good look around. Can I look around here real quick before anything? What's this? It feels like there's a lot of glass bottles here, and these, they feel like barrels. I'll pass. Too bad I'm really hungry and not really thirsty. That's the same as before. Pretzel. All sorts of things piled up here, but it's too dark to see. Same as before. I've unlocked the door with this card. I should probably go and take a look around. Okay. Don't want to miss anything. Okie dokie. Save. Move. Onwards. Time. Location. Oh. Teddy bear. Satellite dish. Really big TV. There's a teddy bear right there. That's suspicious. And there's a picture on the table. Is that... Hold on. Oh. Is that a picture of Celeste? That looks like it. It looks fishy. What is this place? I've got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. Salmon. I want to look at the photo. It is! That is Celeste. There is a framed picture sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey, it looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, "With love, Celeste." It is Celeste. I bet this could be a clue. Teddy bear. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa in a place like this? I think it's a bear. Oh, how cute. But it's got a lot of cuts and slits on it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Time for 5 Nights at the Killers. Oh no. It's so dark in here that I can barely see. These kind of feel like videotapes, all of them. Just what kind of room is this? It's weird to have a satellite dish right in the middle of the room. Wow, I've never seen a TV this big before. Now, where's the power button? Like, ooey, it's busted. I would so die a happy samurai fan if I ever got to see the Nickel Samurai on a TV like this. Oh, I can't believe I just made a joke about dying, all things considered. Satellite dish. What is this thing? An antenna? I guess. And this is a VCR? That's a lot of VCRs behind there. There's sure a lot of electronic gadgets here. But what is an antenna doing here? That's suspicious. Locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. Can I shimmy out the doggy door? There's a little hole at the bottom of the door. If only I was a little skinnier, then maybe I'd be able to crawl through there. Oh, this is simply will not do. I cannot have you wandering around at will. I didn't look at the computer! Yeah! Oh! Oh! It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean... Dead men tell no tales is how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you on our first meeting I am an assassin. No way, you're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Whoop. Nick! I didn't look at the computer! What if there was something Nick Barton on the computer? So it is one of the important things that we got to see was the teddy bear and the picture of Celeste on the table. Mr. Nick? Oh yes, Pearls got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Ungard, but I think I should listen to his story one more time. All right, let's get going too. Okay. Okay, to the detention center. March 22nd, detention center, visitors room. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Oh, I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... Oh, you're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah, there's a message here for you. A message? It's from Matt Ungard. Here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I've got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoe. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, all right? His house is not that far from the hotel? Oh. What if he's hiding stuff at his room? Kitty needs food though. This is terrible. Let's hurry. We have to feed his cat. I'm sure poor Shoe's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. Please feed my cat Shoe. My house is just a little ways down from the hotel. Matt's note jammed into a pocket. A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Oh, I can't wait to see what the room looks like. Should we make some assumptions? Because not just a doggy door is meant for a dog. Could be for a cat. Okay. Well, let's go to the criminal affairs department first. Yeah. Why is the cat named Shoe? Gumshoe? March 22nd, police station, criminal affairs department. Wow, everybody looks really busy with something or another. They're probably strengthening the evidence for tomorrow's trial. Hey, hurry up with that, will you? Pass the victims list around. You gotta be kidding, there's over 100 people on here. Mr. Nick? Is Mr. On Guard really that big and bad of a criminal? Actually, Pearls, never mind. It sounds like they're working on a different case. Okay. That's this is probably for the assassin. Okay, so Wright and Co. law office. Can I present to you this note about Shoe? Okay. I guess we have to go from the hotel. The kitty's named Shoe. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. All right now, Mr. Nick, let's go look for clues. We have to, for Miss Maya's sake. You shall not pass. Are you? Ah. Miss Oldbag, I have a note here saying that I'm allowed to. I have a hall pass. Don't devalue my name and turn it into a gas, you spiky-headed petty fogger. Because of you, I've been made to look like the bad guy again, although I did get a piece of gum from Edgy Boy, just as you promised. So you got Edgy Poo's heart? I don't think so. That one's mine. Oh. Oh, did you swallow the gum? Are you choking, Miss Oldbag? Get your hands off of me. The helmet is airtight. No air gets in and no air gets out. What? Why would you do that to yourself? You're losing IQ. Why do you keep putting it on? Don't think you can get me to move with silly questions. You're going to have to defeat me if you want to get by. I'm not hearing this. If I just sit here, will she pass out? That would actually be a benefit for me. We all know Edgy Poo's heart belongs to Phoenix and vice versa. Okay, night of the murder, Miss Oldbag. Please take the toy away. Ah, you're a million light years too early to be asking me questions, whippersnapper. Looks like the only way I'm going to get any investigating done is to first do something about this kooky alien. Today's trial? Okay. Okay, she's not gonna talk to me at all, so I'm assuming that I can give her the note. As long as she doesn't steal it from me. I don't know, given her ability to do giant tirades in one breath, I'd imagine she has really great lung capacity. I can stand here for forever if knowing that she's gonna collapse and I never get to hear her sentences again. That sounds kind of harsh, though. Okay, let's present this. Maybe if I show her this letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What, you want me to look at this worthless piece of... edgy poo? Ah, is that her perfume pheromone d'amour? Amor? I smell... let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? That man's good at flattery. Fine, but only because the Edgy Poo said so, you understand? Letter of introduction given to Miss Oldbag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. You do anything bad and I won't let you off the hook. She stole it. That was my letter. What if I need it again? It looks like she has strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. It may be, but you know nothing's going to come out of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared, not these feelings. Every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. She smacked me. So anyway, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Please. Please. I thought we were over this. One little thing before I forget. You can't go into Unguard's room today. Why? The police's main investigation team is going to be in there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're the team in charge of investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Wendy Oldbag. I got... Okay, move. Living room. File hall. I'm gonna wait to do that for a moment. Let's go to Viola Hall. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hall. It looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is sourcing for clues, or scouring for clues about the killer. Okay, move. Go into the hallway. Yeah, we gotta go feed the kitty after. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Lotta! Hey, city boy. Lotta, you're still here. Wrecking course. An investigative photographer eats or stars on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel just has that aura of mystery. You know, like something's always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Rec given. A photographer's gotta have cameras out the ear like corn to be a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. So, speaking of cameras and feeding the mouth, do you have mine, your bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I technically have your camera, but it is currently evidence, so I cannot give it back to you. Save. Night of the murder. I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotto, you were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know. Followed a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands, had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. Okay, so that follows with them not seeing Adrian go in and out of the room at that time. The security lady also wasn't in the hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. Is there not a camera in the hallway, like a video camera? I'm back. What did I miss? I have no idea when you left. Oh my goodness. I love that Lotta, the recognition of a friendly face, slowly fading into the realization that you have to actually deal with her. You might have missed quite a bit. Someone needs to do fan art of you and Phoenix pointing and saying objection because I can't draw and I need it in my life. I don't have time to draw that either. Scandal. So about that note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah, can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Ungard shoving his manager lady into Kurita? Yeah. Well, I reckon you best not be believing that. What? Of course it's all lies. Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know, writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random bull-dooders. Bull-dooders. Hey, what's with you? Why are you staring at me like my grandpa used to? They're staring with disappointment. Hey, why do you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? He's drawing for no! I left when Maya left the room with the bottles. Oh. Maya looked around the room. We found a picture of... Or we went into a room that had a bunch of videos, big TV, satellite dish, and the like, and a door that had a cat door, doggy door on it. And we found a picture of Celeste Impacts, the one who expired by her own hands before, years ago. 2 years ago to be exact, as it says here. And then as I was snooping around, as I was looking around, I looked at the door and the assassin came out and told me that dead man tells no tales. So I am in deep doo-doo, or Maya's in deep doo-doo. Yeah, there was a teddy bear on the couch too. And the teddy bear we can coincide with Juan Kurita. I am not entirely sure about why the photo was there as well of Celeste. It could be Juan Kurita's room. I am not too sure. What if the big twist is that Juan Kurita hired an assassin for himself? That would also be interesting. But with the way that Ungard reacted about the name Dick Killer, there's also a high possibility that he's the one that hired him to kill Juan. My baby, my $1,600 baby. What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? That guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, you're that redcoat's friend, ain't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get me my camera back. Or give me back my camera. You want me to do what? Listen, nag the guy real good for about 5 hours and I guarantee he'll give it back. I don't have the energy in me for that. Why don't you do it do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid photographer without a camera is just a tabloid. I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm coming to see you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too there, little one. Keep up the good work, okay? Okay, don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do all your homework, you hear? Homework? What homework does she have? And if you happen to find yourself a camera, make sure you bring it to... Lotta, you're not getting a camera for free. Would you please just leave already? Okay, so we can't go into Ungard's room, but we can go into Kurita's hotel room. I want to investigate more about these bears. Also, why is there... Can I also figure out why there's a rice cooker on the floor? Who's in this room? Mr. Nick! What is that otherworldly, ghastly moaning? Who? I hate evil ghosts. No, this is not a ghost. It's okay. It's okay, Pearls. I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon. Oh my god. You need to leave, old bag. Excuse me, what? Watch who you're calling a demon, brat. What the? Why? What are you do? What is she doing? Zoinks, it's the alien. Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with youngins today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor Juan, and you're disturbing me. Oh, were you crying in the corner? What the heck? Who allowed you in here? Night of the murder. Please talk to me about the night of the murder just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer in her note. She was loitering around here with that imbecilic look on her face. With that imbecile look on her face? Okay, got it. Now hold on a sec there, you little pipsqueak. If you're going to take notes, at least make me sound better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know what? I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. No, you weren't. You're putting your business all up in this hallway. So it's not like I had the time to waste standing around here the whole night. That is true. Memories of Coreda. I was wondering if you could tell me a bit more about Mr. Coreda. He was the most popular star, you know, especially when where it counts in my book. But I had that he was lagging behind in the polls against Mr. Ungard. Well, that's just a recent thing. Bad luck and all that, you know. He was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look, just look at the mountains of presents. It's a show of the mountain of feelings all his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain is pretty big and certainly nothing to shake a stick at. We're gonna learn more about why there's so many presents with him and not on guard. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents, they're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. Let's ask about the presents. Also, wasn't this room just supposed to be off limits for like 5 minutes ago? No, it was Unguard's room. It's Unguard's room that's off limits because we think that they're investigating about the assassin. I think by her own business, she means stalking her favorite actor. She has been a stalker since the beginning. Her, when we first met her in the first Samurai or Steel Samurai case, she was also very much a stalker. All of Mr. Koreda's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think about think of Juan without thinking about bears. Did he work with a bear in a previous movie, TV series? Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought barehanded with a bear. Barehanded with a bear? He refused to give in and let the bear win, but after the fight, they became friends. Did he taxidermy the bear? Is that why there's a big bear in the room? Wow, what a heartwarming story. He became friends with the bear. Look, it's just like in those young people's dramas. I can see those two tuckered out. By going down by a river going, hey, you can sure fight. You too, bub, you too. A bear. Your face went through a plethora of emotions. This is not where I expected the reason why he he likes bears, because some of the times you just have celebrities that just specifically like a certain thing, and then fans will start bringing them to like fan meets and things like that. Like him fighting a bear. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bub. What a load of crog. So ever since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. So they have no idea if he actually fought a bear. They're only taking this as hearsay? Yeah, nice. Bears. Okay. Huh. Is this the bear? Wow, there are a lot of bears. Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. Pretty overwhelming. Is there a kind of bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. See, why is there a few in the trash can? Oh, I'm sorry. I have to go through this again. No. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing happened. Don't worry, I didn't read it out loud this time. Okay, that's all the same as before. I still can't specifically investigate the other bears. Talking about the bed, the food. It looks like Mr. Kurita had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show that night, but I wonder if the stars had gone on stage after only eating a meager meal like this. Is there anything else I can look at? Clown PTSD. It's the pun PTSD. It just replace post with pun and pun dramatics. The P in PTSD is pun. So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here? Yeah. I can't believe Mr. Kurita went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ungard. Well, it was a Prince conference, so he had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. Ungard and Mr. Kurita friends? They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. So a rival is someone who is a strong enemy. Rose is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. Okay. Tomato juice. Beautiful wine glass. Tomato juice. Ew, tomato juice. I don't like it. There's a bottle of it on the table over there. That's probably where this came from. Same as before. Post-pomatic press. Post. Pun traumatic stress disorder. Pun traumatic. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Mr. Kurita fought his assailant. These glass shards. They're probably from the glass vase Miss Andrews knocked over. There's really nothing else here, so I'm guessing... I am guessing that we probably just need to move on and go feed said cat. Can I ask about Celeste from you? Okay. Okay, we'll probably come back and talk to you at some point. I'm going to leave this room. What if Pearl could ride the bear on the right side of the room? She could. She's tiny. Okay, go back to Viola Hall. Lobby. And then living room after I save. March 22nd, Ungard's mansion. Mansion! Living room. Sure is dark. I'll go turn on the light. Oh, what? Wow, so this is what a star's house looked like. Must be nice to be rich. That is a whole motorcycle in your living room. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo! Baby! Ah! So I guess this is Shoo. Ah, what a lovely cat. Hello, Shoo. Why did you name the cat Shoo? The cat seems to like pearls. Pardon me. Oh! May I help you with something, mister? Why would I be asked to take care of the cat if you're here? May I help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ungard's lawyer. The master's. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Oh? Oh. Oh. Yes. It's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. Are we not going to remember that this is the same person that lured Maya off? It's gonna go right over his head, isn't it? I am the family butler, John Doe. John Doe. Nice to meet you. Yeah. See, if he had a butler, why are we here, why are we here, taking care of the cat? Matt Ungard. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ungard, right? Honestly, sir, I don't believe my master is capable of such a foul deed as murder. His face scares me. Anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the master of it or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. John Doe. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. Aw. And, anything else? Not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would have thought, Mr. Ungard to have, you know, I would have thought Mr. Ungard the kind to have a maid over a butler. It's a very cute cat you got here. It is my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies Shoo. What? What? And, anything else? No, not especially. It is not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well, then I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Matt's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. I don't think we should have done that. Peach made when? No. Peach made never. Peach, no. No maid. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. We should probably get going ourselves. As so young and yet already so accomplished, a master of law. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler in charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliments, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Now, if you'll excuse me, should I... Maybe his face is not his face? And at some point he might reveal that to us later on if he sits on the witness stand. Also, I see something over in the corner behind my head. Hold on. Let me move my head out of the way real quick. There is a doggy door, or in this case, a cat door on said door. So Maya, I think Maya's behind this door. I think Maya's here. There's a cat door. There's secrets in this place. Big secrets. Kitty! There's secrets here. I kind of hate that there is a full-on motorcycle suspended from the ceiling. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What is with me and feeling inferior today? Don't look at me, Pearl. I'm gonna look straight at that door. Or maybe I shouldn't. There are masks here. Yeah, that one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Magistrate. Oh, hold on, let me fix audio. I hear it crinkly. They fought many battles against the backdrop of Neo-Old Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. Oh, I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show than a kid. There's nothing wrong with that. I look at the door. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. Pearl, I think you're small enough to crawl through that. You want to go see if Maya's in there? Also, you can see the lock on that door too. There's a lock outside of the door. I bet it's for Mr. Ungard's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shu? That door, it's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people from me, nosy people like me from entering it. That's Maya's door. I forgot. What's the name of Peachy's mascot? Peachy. It's kind of unoriginal, but I can't think of anything else. It's just Peachy. P-I-C-H-I. P-I-C-H-I. Someday I will figure out a proper name for you guys. Because I can't figure out what I can cross with in terms, because you know, like Peachy Peachy. I can't think of a word to cross over with like friend or like, you know, like Tomodachi, or because you know, like Ina from Hololive has Takodachi, and that fits within her theme. I have no idea what to call you guys. Someday I will come up with a clever idea, or maybe you guys might. I'm not sure. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? A cooking place. Well, technically, you can still cook on a fireplace. You never know. Or, you know, I've never actually seen a hearth before, I come to think of it. You should come and visit Faye Manor then. I'll show you one when you do. Freaking giant motorcycle. Yeah, Peachama doesn't exactly roll off the tongue. Yeah, I'm having a hard time thinking of like clever names. I had a hard enough time thinking about hashtags, which I'm still not entirely sure on. They might at some point evolve over time. We are your little peach puffs. That's also cute. Little peach puffs. A giant motorcycle is flying through the air. That bicycle, Pearls, is one where you don't have to pedal and move on its own. And it moves on its own. Really? Wow. I'm sorry to disappoint you. It can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, what else can I look at? There's a hallway down here. Oh, whoopsie. Hallway. There's another door over there. You shouldn't go wandering over there, Mr. Nick. Yes. Yes, Pearls. Now I know how Maya feels when I tell her to stop playing around. We're investigating, though. We have to figure things out. I don't think that there's anything else to look at. We looked at all of this. I guess we're just moving on now. It's so quiet in this room. Why is it so quiet? Okay, so I guess we need to talk to Old Bag about something. There we go. There's the music. Oh! I'm Uncle Bear, and I say it's barely 8 o'clock. Oh, no. What is that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m., way past your bedtime. That startled me. I thought I was going to die for a second. 8 p.m. That's the time when the awards ceremony ended that night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Oh. Oh no, it's a transceiver. Don't make a mad face. Hello? Hello? Hold on. There we go. I just set it on the right one.
This is not a phone.
Maya, how is Maya? You haven't hurt her, have you?
It seems you were not able to fill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney.
Oh.
I have heard the news, so it would seem my present did you no good.
No, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! One more day, please. All he asks is for one more day. I'll get a not guilty verdict for this time for sure.
I suppose if I must. I need that acquittal more than anything else after all.
Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's all right.
All right. Oh, then a little. Oh no.
What is with this static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello?
It seems that's his. Connect.
Damn it, the transceiver just suddenly break?
You'll excuse.
Woohoo! Yay, radio voice! What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden it became nothing but static. Oh, Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! What did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have electronics expert look at it. We can let Gumshoe look at it. Pachi. The sooner the better. We need... Can she look at it? I don't think she's an electronics expert. Wonder what happens if we do. Oh, let me save. Okay. Can you look at it, old bag? Oh, have anything to say to delinquents like you, of course. Okay. Is there... What about this? Do you know anything about this? No. What about... She doesn't know about the butler. The butler of Unguard Mansion, but for some reason, I get the feeling we've met before. We have! We have! Okay, I probably don't have anything for her just yet. So let's go see if we can talk to Gumshoe. Maybe Gumshoe can fix it for us. Peachykin. Oh, like Peachy Keen. It is. You see how difficult it is to think about? Because I can think of you of like forest sprites, but I mean that's a little would be the right word for it. That's a little too broad, and I'm pretty sure somebody has already done the same thing. March 22nd, Wright and Co. Law Offices. Gumshoe, can you fix my transceiver? Hey, welcome back, pal. I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice, thanks. A rich man's luxurious full-course meal, out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through the trouble to cook, but I don't have the time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You've got to be kidding me. In here, I thought he had already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There is one way I know how to be helpful. Ask me about anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. Can you fix a transceiver? A transceiver? Oh, Mr. Nick, you should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. Your name is just so quick and easy, it's hard to make a satisfying pun. I can see the issue. I mean, the only pun that you really get out of my name is the HaleHaven part, because then you just replace Hale with anything and then Haven, which creates a lot of puns or a lot of silly things. Yeah, this thing just up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. Oh. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. There's something in that room. We gotta go back. Electromagnetic interference. It's that one robot bear. It's that one robot bear. So what is electromagnetic interference? It's something that happens when a radio wave gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, the stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Yeah, he is smart. He can be smart. Computer? It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. Pearl's so cute. She seems amazingly happy to be able to understand this. She's so adorable. So the room you were in when that interference to the transceiver happened, there's got to be something there that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. It's either old bag with her listening to a listening device, you say? Is it the clock or is it that other robot bear? A listening device. Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Karita's room, the scene of the murder. Somebody recorded things. What? That's it. I'm going to sneak into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later. All right, pal? Gumshoe, I don't think that you need to put yourself in the mud so much further. I can just rip open all those bears. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Oh, there he goes. I have no say in this. Oh boy. Okay, to the hotel. And then to... Oh, is Miss Oldbag gonna get in the way? Mrs. Oldbag's gonna get in the way. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Karita's hotel room. Would this be dismissible as evidence because we have technically used something stolen to find it? Hey, you're finally here, pal. Sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly I'm staring at the precinct doors. Oh, I knew it. At least he didn't get in trouble. From the outside, I mean. So yeah, I couldn't get one of the police bug sweepers. Sir, you need to go to bed. What do you mean, you couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one, just not the police's. Where'd you get that from, then? Wow, so this is a bug sweeper. It looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. You made a bug sweeper in elementary school? By who? Me, of course. Seeing this sure brings back memories. I don't think that he ever should have been a detective. He might have had a different calling. Hey, don't look down at it, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up, but I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. That is impressive. What the heck, Gumshoe? Gumshoe, you should have been in a different part of the police department. Your heart and soul. It'll work. Trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity, so it's going to beep at anything that gives off electromagnetic waves. But isn't it better that way? Well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, we might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? This man made a bug sweeper in elementary school. Why is he a detective? He could be so many other things and making big paychecks. And he doesn't have to eat instant ramen. He can pay somebody to make him ramen. I'm getting that sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or some other sort of bug hidden in this room, pal. So we're going to find it, right? Right. Now first let's turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around to give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper will let you know how strong of a signal it's picking up, so keep an eye on it, okay? Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press the A button to lock onto it. There's a lot of things here that's going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that seems suspicious, okay, pal? I'm gonna go straight for the rice cooker. Imagine if cell phones were widespread with this thing. It would be going off constantly. It would. No, you gotta go to bed. You've been up for 24 hours. Or did you say over? You need to go bed. Almost 24 hours of no sleep. You need sleep. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Okay. Rice cooker. Rice cooker is probably gonna give it off, right? Because it's plugged in. So that's the clock. There doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves here. Oh, so it has to be, like, big. The sweeper isn't exactly the best. We'll make do with what we have, though. Big Bear? Bear. I knew you were suspicious. This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Dun dun dun, bear. Is this the bear that he fought barehanded? So did you guys find it yet? The listening device, I mean. No, not yet, but this bear's eye is. Let's see. Is it a recorder? A perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you found the device to me, pal. Let's take that big fella's eye out and see what we got. No, you can't. Such a violent act. Oh, he just went for it. Oh, Pearly. There it is. It's a camera. It's a miniature camera. It looks like there's something more. There's a transmitter and a timer. And a what emitter? A transmitter, pal. A what emitter. Is this more of that high-tech stuff? Ooh. Camera. So this tiny thing is a camera? Oh my god, this could have caught the whole scene. Yeah, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's a small, high-grade video camera mostly used in security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on a battery which comes with it in a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only the camera part here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside it is somewhere else. Somewhere else? The footage is changed into radio waves and then it's sent to that recorder. We gotta look for the recorder. So it's like, sort of like a TV. Oh. The room that Maya got into has a big satellite dish. It's sent there. It got sent there. Because the hotel room is not that far away from where he lives. It would not be far-fetched that the transmission was going straight to that room in the mansion, in Ungarth's mansion. So it's sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. Spy camera added to the court record. Transmitter. So what is a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage the camera took to a specific destination. It's like a video version of a listening device, pal. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set it to turn the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set it for a certain time? Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set to start at 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. This definitely caught the murder. This caught the murder. 8 p.m. That was the time the awards ceremony ended. There's no date set, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it's been here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle the bear is at, it's bound to have had a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. Changes the footage taken by the spy camera into radio waves and transmits the data. Transmitter. Stuffed bear. So there was a camera in the bear's eye. And it was disguised as a present. This is an elaborate, expensive present. Not only does it have a secret camera in its eye, this bear is huge. And I'm sure it was here on the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Kurita this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. So can I also feel like this is a little bit creepy? More so by the thought that we've seen the room that this probably has been transmitted to, and it's filled with nothing but videos? How long has Ungard been recording Kurita? Is there a possibility that he has recorded more than one scenario as blackmail? Or blackmail, or recorded these videos for blackmail purposes? Man, I bet even Costco slash Sam Club giant plushies aren't that big. I don't know. It might be not as tall, but it's still pretty big. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no real way to find out. Oh, Pearl. Is there really no way to find out? The spy camera was set in its right eye found in the victim's room. Where's the old bag? I got it. What? Hey, pal, let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you going to do? Yeah, there's also a laptop in this room. I'm going to go around to the electronics shop and see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. It means it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Even if I have to search all night, I found your man, pal. Spy camera and transmitter given to Detective Gumshoe. I need those. I need those. I need those. Oh yeah, baby, it's investigating time. I'm on fire, pal. My fingers are itching to go. Yeah. I hope he finds something. Can I look at the laptop on the desk? He's gone. Yeah, but Mr. Scruffy Detective sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard, all for Miss Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do things in the most inefficient ways, right? Hello, Edgeworth. I had no say in this. I was... They just took it. I had no say. You'll have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic, but we have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So there was a spy camera hidden inside this stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, Wright. Do you think, do you know this stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade and only a small number of these are exported here. How would you know this? The camera and the transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got into this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? I still need those transmitter and that camera back though. So whoever put the camera there also watched Phoenix as he investigated the scene. Yes, he did. Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. Why is everybody taking my evidence? I'm sure you have other things you have to do. Stuffed bear snatched up by Edgeworth. See you soon, Wright? Why is everybody taking my crap? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, Wright, until court reconvenes tomorrow, you should concern yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Carita? The real killer. Do you really still think it was Adrian Andrews? To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, Wright. Everything begins with the truth. Juan Carita's real killer. Miss Andrews' past. The kidnapper whose sole condition is an acquittal from Mr. Ungard. And this card, Shelly the Killer. It could also be a copycat, too. That's a thought. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do now is find the truth. To be continued. I think I might actually call it here. Because it seems like we still have some investigating to do. I'm gonna save. I feel like I might get stuck in a bit. March 22nd, 9:14 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, Creatus Room. Okay. Save. Here. We'll just have to remember Bear, the things that happened in the room that Maya saw, the killer, Dick Killer, Shelly Dick Killer. Because I think I have it said that we're going to do another session of Phoenix Wright this week. Did I? I should have. Yeah. For Saturday. I just had to... I'll probably have to refresh myself on Saturday. Because there'll probably a lot of things that I'll be forgetting in 3 days' time. Or 4 days' time, technically. But I think this is probably a good time to stop. Oh, the chapter ended mid-investigation. Interesting. Yeah, that is the thing. I don't want to stop here because I might forget something. But I know with the way that these chapters go and how long these ones are, that I think calling it at 4 hours for now will be okay. Because I'm pretty sure in total that this game is going to take this session alone, this case is going to take me well over 8 or 9 hours. And God, how many hours have I put into it already? We've had a couple of sessions so far. A session, 2 sessions. The first session was like what? 5 or so hours. Hold on, let me take a look. 1 second. I've already gone past not 8 or 9 hours, haven't I? Yeah, I did 6 hours last time, and we're on just about 4 hours right now. Yeah, I think we might finish it up on Saturday, depending. Yeah, might be a hot minute before we reach the trial, so all good. Yeah, I think this is the good time to stop. We'll give ourselves refreshers the next time that we play. Don't bite me. We're still gonna be playing it. It's just gonna be later on. But more, not more now. There is, I think it'll just probably be one more session of like 5 or 6 hours, probably maybe less than that. I don't know. If I get stuck, it'll probably be that long, and I'll go like 12 hours in the entirety of this case. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. We're gonna continue playing Alien Isolation, and I don't think that I'm anywhere near halfway in that as well, so it's probably gonna be a long session for that as well. I hope you guys had fun. Thank you for racking your brain with me and getting those brinkles moving. We have so far made a lot of effort. You guys are very much my additional brain cells and are so helpful to me when I get stuck, because we band together and figure things out. Thanks for the stream and have a good night. I hope you have a good night, No Face. I hope everybody has a good rest of their day. Whether you're going to bed, going to work. I hope you have good dreams if you go to bed. If you're going to work, have a good work day. Hopefully it's not stressful, or at least the minimum amount of stress that you can have in a day. Don't forget to feed yourself. Lunch is important when you're working, because you need energy and sustenance to get through your day. Don't forget to eat. Don't forget to hydrate, especially since certain places are getting a lot hotter now. So be careful. Take care of yourself. Don't get sick like I do. Picked up Stardew Valley. I feel so useless in the early game. Yeah, you do, don't you? You do, don't you? You feel so inadequate when you restart Stardew Valley. Have a great day. Thank you for the fun. I'm glad you had fun, and I hope we can have more fun in some alien isolation tomorrow, because there's gonna be a lot of screaming. Because I only think that the alien's gonna get worse. I'm gonna meet more people that want my giblets. Anyways, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have good dreams when you go to sleep. I'll see you next time. Have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you next time. Again, I don't understand why that I repeat myself so often. I don't know. It's weird. I start the sentence with have a great day, and then have a great day again. Bye-bye, everyone. See you in alien isolation tomorrow. Goodbye. I'm gonna go look for sustenance.